What's going on, motherfuckers? Back again for another therapy session. Yesterday turned into an episode of a worse episode of Dr. Phil. God damn. God damn. Oh. How you doing? How you doing, Durzo? How you doing, brother? What's good today? Or what's good tonight? How you doing, Tino, man? What's going on? You heard anything interesting in the rumor mill today? I'm not sure if you posted a video or not, but oh wait, Ethan. Fuck you. How you doing, bruv? How you doing, Weston? I haven't really been keeping up with the news today, so hopefully somebody can feed me something interesting. I don't actually have something to say yet. It's good to throw an insult out straight away to get things kicked off. You know what I'm saying? I'm good, bro. I'm just at work. What's going on in the MMA world? I have no fucking idea. I have no fucking idea. I've had a very busy day today, and I had a nice nap as well. So that adds to it. How you doing, Aaron? Good to have you here, bro. How are we all doing today? I noticed that when the stream turned into a goddamn therapy session last night, half the chat bailed. So I don't think I'm gonna try to avoid going down the terrible Dr. Phil route today. But you lot dictate where things go, so it's your own fucking fault. Basharat versus Gutierrez. Which one? Which one? Is it Javid? Oh, you're here for the yeah, I'm here for the MMA updates. Mike Davis is out. Can we have some good news for a change? Can we get some goddamn good news? That's really disappointing. Because that guy's fought like once in 2 years. Javid Basharat. I guess it's the same thing. Javid Basharat versus Gutierrez. I think Gutierrez beats him. I think the Basharats are boring and terrible. I think they're frauds. And I think Gutierrez is solid enough to just plow through somebody like that. Takedown defense is good enough, really good leg kicks. Yeah. I think Gutierrez is going to get that done. I quite like Chris Gutierrez. He's all right. He's not high level or anything. He's not amazing, but he's solid. He's solid enough. Let's have a look at his last few. Yeah, Song Yadong wasn't a terrible one. He beat Heli Alateng, lost to Pedro Mix. See, I'm saying he's a middler. Him knocking out Frankie Edgar was quite heartbreaking. Fuck Afghanistan. You're off on a roll today. You're right there, brother. Yeah, no, in terms of MMA updates, I don't think there's been anything major apart from Helwani and Bisping going at it, which is something I put in the thumbnail. I thought that was quite amusing. But it's always a sad situation whenever somebody gives Ariel an easy 10-8. So I wasn't too happy about that. Obviously, we've had more 305 stuff leaking out. It's shaping up to be quite a nice card, I guess. We're still not sure what's happening with the JDM and Shavkat situation because that was apparently on the board. I mean, logic would tell you that the JDM's definitely not fighting. Yeah, I think we're going to get some news about that today. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting more to come out about that because it's not that far away. It's end of August. So usually you get like a lot of news filtering in up to 8 weeks before the card starts, obviously, because everyone's got to start their training camps. The UFC already announced the main event. Yeah, I know. The Dricus and Adesanya thing, we've kind of known about that for the last month and a half or so. We knew that was going to be the main event. Assuming you're talking about a different main event, and then I'm all ears. It's crazy that you skip chats of only 14 chats. I'll only say this once. Bro, I said, what did I miss? I said fuck Afghanistan. Good brother, just hanging out in a river. Hope your old ass is well tonight. You wanted me to say that out loud. We're virtually the same age as well, so fuck you. I will say this again though, like I said, if I miss chats, it's not because I'm doing it on purpose. I'm just a rambler. And then I occasionally miss things. We know this about me. Try not to be too hard on me, bro. I'm doing my best. ITP thinks Gary is better than JDM. Yes, thank you. Oh man. Is Gary better than JDM? I don't think it's ridiculous. I don't think it's ridiculous. I think for all that, this is the thing. I don't like Ian Gary. I've said this multiple times on this channel, and I do think he's a cringy asshole, but he's a good fighter. And he's a student of the game. I've picked him to be MVP, which I'm not too which I hope I'm wrong about. I think he's gonna beat MVP. I think he's gonna outpoint him. That's what I think is gonna happen. For me, that fight either ends in MVP knocking his head off or a tactical points decision for Gary. And I'm kind of leaning on the latter, to be honest. You digress. Yeah, but the Mike Davis being out things bum me out. I like that dude. Have they found a replacement yet? Gary is a shit person, but a pretty good fighter. I think that's a good summation of the situation, to be honest. I think that's about as accurate as it gets. He is horrendous. He is a horrendous human. He's a horrendous. He just has to say words, and it's just shut the fuck up, man. It could be, like I said, I've said this before. It could be anything. Like it's just horrendous. He's just he's just got a terrible personality. But again, he's very much on that path to everyone hates him, so people are going to tune in to see him get a slap, and that's just as effective as being popular. Gary's very good, but I don't see him doing good at all against someone with better boxing than him. Gary lives on the cuck chair. Shotgun, I think I missed one or two chats of yours yesterday as well, so I apologize for that. I do like as much as Weston does rag on me, he's got a point. I need to make sure that I'm not missing chats, so I apologize to anyone whose chats I've missed. Like I said, just read. If I've missed them, it's definitely not on purpose. Gary is very good, but I don't see him doing good all against someone with better boxing than him. I mean, Gary's main game for me, I think he's a better kickboxer than he is a boxer. I think his boxing is all right, but I think the way he uses kicks, is what makes him kind of more high level. Trade offer: Ian Machado, Gary, and Juliana Pena for Usman Nurmagomedov. I don't think even Bellator are dumb enough to make that trade. You're gonna have to throw a few more things in there to get me going for that personally. If I'm Bellator, throw in Conor McGregor as well, maybe that'll work. Gary has a pea head. He will get chinned at some point. It's inevitable. He nearly got chinned by Kenan Song. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people made a big deal out of that, and I did at the time as well. I mean, he survived. He got what I think basically with that. That's one of those situations where I think he learned from it. Like he was getting a bit too in love with himself, was trading in the pocket a little bit too much, thinking he had him on skates. I think it's taught Gary to be a little bit more, and that's why we got like a more cautious Gary, because Gary's very technical and he's very young. So like, I think if he can learn, I think that's often the best way to learn. If you get clipped a little bit and then you're like, oh shit, I need to be a bit more careful in future. And we've seen the improvements going forward. Like I said, he's been in and out of so many gyms over his career that, you know, it's he's bound to have picked up some stuff before he irritated people and got kicked out. So Ian Gary is a shit person. We've all said stupid shit, not to defend him necessarily. He's weird as fuck, but is he really a bad guy? Genuine question. I think it's a fair point to pull. I think what it is with him, yeah, is that when I say he's a bad person, I think he's more of a clout chaser and he's just cringy. I think you've got a point. I think calling him a bad person is a bit unfair because it's not like he's. I mean, the Jeff Neal thing kind of pointed that out. I thought that was kind of like elements of what like bad people do. You know, you kind of, because the thing is, yeah, I'm all in favor of shit talk here, but it depends on who you do it with. Like for me, Shit talk should generally be off limits. But it's like when Colby and other people used to go for Robbie Lawler, and it's like, why are you doing that? There's no need. The dude's just chill. Why do it? What he said to Luque was unwarranted. Or what did he say to Luque? This is what I mean. Gary, like there seems to be like no rhyme or reason to when he attacks people. Like Jeff Neal was another one of those people where like you don't. It's not necessary to shit talk them. Just go in there and fight them. And then if you're gonna shit talk, go in there and put on a performance. And he didn't do that. I think that's where the issue or the disparity comes in for me, and that's where I've got the problem with him. Hang on, let me make sure I'm not missing anything here. Apologies. All right, this is the thing. I've always got the chat on the wrong thing. He's been kicked out of multiple gyms, and the way he treated Neil Magny and the Neil Magny one was terrible as well. The Neil Magny one was awful. Like legit. Like the calling the guy like a bad father and a child abuser and that kind of stuff. He deliberately chose, and he's gone on record as saying he deliberately took that out of context to stir up shit. That started, and like I said, that ended up affecting his own custody situation. Because when that gets out into the mainstream like that, of course it's going to affect how things go on, because people are going to pick up certain biases about you that aren't true. And for Magni to come out and say, yeah, that kind of fucked things up for me when I was going through that custody battle with my, again, you can't throw shit recklessly out there and you're deliberately trying to, and there's no need to fuck with a guy like that, because Magni is not a shit talker. Just shut the fuck up and fight. With people, like if you're fighting somebody like Colby, I get it. Get in the mud with him. But it's not necessary with guys like Magni and Neil, who are just chill. Robbie Lawler, you look like a prick when you're just attacking people for no reason, and that's why Ian Gary he's got elements of being a shit person. Certainly, he doesn't seem to care who he trods on. Agree. He said some shit, but shit person might be a bit far. And again, I get that. He's done some shitty things. You can do shitty things and not be a shit person, I think is the point. Main issue with Gary is that he always has to say he's a good person, never trust a guy. It's like when people say, trust me, bro, trust me. That's when you should be wary. It's the same thing. You shouldn't have to say you're a good person or that you're a moral person. Like, as soon as people start saying that, it's like the alarm bells are there 100%. Musical with the realest takes, to be honest. I agree with that. I agree with that. You shouldn't have to like self-promote what kind of person you are. Just show what kind of person you are. And let your actions speak louder than your words, I guess. So in between all the like cringy shit talk and I don't know. He's just a very, very easy guy to dislike. That's the thing. And I personally enjoy it. I enjoy disliking him. So, I'm going to keep doing it. I hope he gets absolutely slapped out by, and we don't have to wait that long for it. It's what, next week after next? Like I said, I have a feeling he's going to win though. Because with MVP now, it's basically do or die. Like with MVP, he's pretty much got to get straight to the top or he's screwed. You're right. He's very fun to hate. He's got that Joffrey thing about him. Gary is the loudest person in the room everywhere he goes. And that's the thing. If you're going to be the loudest person in the room, you can't be an irritating little cuck. You can't just be for the sake of it. You've got to have something to you. He's not funny. He's not clever. And he's a nut rider. He so badly wants to be Conor McGregor. And I think that's where he instantly started falling down for me. But the thing is that he can redeem all that shit by just being a good fighter. If he keeps winning and winning well, doesn't really matter what his personality is like outside the cage, because it's going to draw eyeballs to him. It's very nice to have someone to hate. It really is. Again, it draws you into watching them want to fight, whether we like it or not. It's like I hate the Paul brothers, but like I keep tuning in or at least watching their highlights or interacting with stuff in the hope that I see them get badly, murdered in there, to be honest. He's the Jew of MMA. In what sense is he the Jew of MMA? MVP is such a lock. I'm not convinced. And that's what I'm saying. This is me as somebody who genuinely hates Ian Gary, but I think he's gonna beat him. I think he's going to be, because the thing is that MVP's been a little bit chinny at times as well. So I don't know. Shit people can be redeemed, but the last time I checked, shit person things can change though. Yeah, the thing is that you can have a redeeming thing overnight. I mean, you remember everyone like think about all the people that have been hated. I mean, people have gone through a love and hate relationship with Kobe over the years. Which is like, I mean, I've gone through the same cycle with him. People hated George Masvidal for a while or was indifferent to him. One thing comes up, and suddenly you're a superstar. So you can change the narrative. Mayo Izzy. Yeah, Jake Paul versus Mike Perry. I'm very worried about that one. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very nervous about that one. I'm picking Jake Paul to knock him out in like the third or fourth round. I'm sorry to say. And the odds are pretty good on Jake Paul as well. You can make decent money on that. I think I'm gonna go for it. He's been kicked out of 109 gyms. Not far off. Not far off. He seems, again, it's just the arrogance of the guy. He's an arrogant twat. And I can understand why he's been booted out so often. I think the reason he survived so long in Oliveira's gym is because they can't understand a word he's fucking saying. That helps. Also, shit stirs behind the scenes and cries victim when people give him karma. This is the thing. Every time he does an interview, he just manages to piss more people off. But maybe that's part of his shtick now. He's just embracing that. And it doesn't help here that his wife is the most insufferable twat going as well. Like, she is the absolute ultimate clout chaser. No way Perry's getting knocked out. I think he is. Perry's not technical. If this was like and Jake Paul has cardio and he does have a bit of power behind him, and he has been working boxing for long enough now where he's got Jake. As much as I dislike Jake Paul, he's got some skill. He does. He really does. Did you see Chael say Conor went to rehab? I did see that. And to be honest, it is exactly what happened. Let's be honest. We were talking about this yesterday on stream. You just have to look at Conor's interviews over the last 2 years. He's off his face. He's off his tits. There's no way. That wasn't a reason. And I reckon, I said this yesterday as well, that's why the fight got delayed so many times, because he's clearly off his face half the time. Like, it's obvious. He's not coming back. Fuck him, man. Did Perry respond to Ariel yet? Sorry, did Bisping respond to Ariel yet? Yeah, I think he did. I think he came out and he said something along the lines of, oh, why can't you take a joke or something like that, which is not a response at all. That's basically the equivalent of, in MMA when people get on all fours so they can't get hit. It's like that. I think Bisping's just trying to deflect now. As much as I hate Ariel Helwani, and we know that's well documented, Bisping can't really get in a war of words with him. He just can't. He's not going to win that battle because Bisping's not a smart gentleman. And as much of a Weasley little rat-faced fuck Ariel Helwani is, he's smart and he's sharp. And he's somebody who keeps receipts really well for obvious reasons. Yeah, fuck Perry. Fuck, dude. If Perry loses to Jake, not good. I will genuinely be devastated, and I can see it happening. I'm preparing myself mentally for that eventuality. I think he's going to bong him out. I really do. I think that's what's coming. I think it will be Jake Paul's most exciting fight, but I'm leaning Perry probably just because I want it to happen. I think people want Perry to win so badly that it's the same thing. Perry does have a chin of iron, but he has been hurt. And Jake Paul, like I said, he's decent compared to Perry. It feels weird to say he's a better technical boxer than Mike Perry is. He definitely is. I was on his wife being evil at least 2 years ago. Yeah, like I only like started joining your streams about 6 months ago, and you were well in the thick of it by then. I didn't realize it was as long ago as that. There's something about this woman that's just off, and we've all seen it. We've all seen how it's transpired. Jake by decision isn't a bad one. I can see that happening. And the thing is, it's going to utterly ruin BKFC if Perry gets beaten by that fucking asshole. I think Ariel was just letting his frustrations out on someone from all the hatred he's received from Guru over the years. He will never address Guru. Because I think Guru can go toe-to-toe with him. And Guru's got a way more rabid kind of dick-riding fan base than Ariel has. And I don't see that going well for him. I think even if Ariel got the better of a verbal exchange, he wouldn't win online. I think he'd get toasted. I mean, that's just the way it would go. Yeah, I just kind of brought that up. If Jake beats Perry, how bad does that hurt BKFC? See, there's always a narrative that you could say, oh well, it's not in a. He's always got the it wasn't with bare knuckle to fall back on. But Perry's not really an excuse maker. I can't see him saying after the fight, oh well, like if this had been without gloves, I would have fucked him up. I think Perry will take the loss like, he'll take the loss like a man. Someone literally brought up Guru to Ariel, and Ariel sidestepped it and pretended he didn't hear him. And that's how it's going to go. The thing is, yeah, the way that Guru's trajectory is going, it's going to get to the point where they can't ignore him. They can't, because he's proven to have massive influence already. But they will avoid doing it for as long as they can. That's for sure. There's no way they're going to acknowledge him unless they're 100% forced to, unless it's literally there's no way of avoiding it. And like I said, he's got plenty of fighters behind him now. He's deeply embedded in that community, whether they like it or not. And it's going to be a thing where when he starts getting up to the, 300,000, 500,000 type thing, they're gonna. Is the Saudi card going to have ring girls? I think they will. I think there's been cards in the past in the Middle East where they have had ring girls. I don't really notice them too tough. Maybe I've got that wrong, but I'm pretty sure they have. I mean, they've had female boxing fights and whatnot, and they've had female MMA fights before, I think. Maybe not in Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia, yeah, is a bit more hardcore than other. Like Abu Dhabi is a bit more liberal, and Qatar's a little bit more liberal, but they've never had cards there. But Dubai and Abu Dhabi are definitely a little bit more, they're willing to let things go a little bit more, Yeah, I was just saying the same thing. Abu Dhabi is way more lax. Saudi Arabia. Yeah. I lived in that region for like 2 years. I was mostly based in Qatar, but I traveled all over. So like I spent time in Bahrain. Bahrain's amazing. If you're in that area, go to Bahrain. Bahrain is where things are the most chill. Oman's really nice. Abu Dhabi's cool. Dubai's cool. Saudi Arabia, like to me, the worst two countries in that region to visit are Saudi Arabia. If it was in one of those regions, it would definitely be the north, sir. No, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Kuwait is like, I don't know if you guys know anything about UK. Saudi Arabia is like Kuwait is like Slough in the 1970s. How you doing, Cheddar, bro? It's always nice to have you here. I turned down a week's worth of gigs in Bahrain a few years back. If you ever get the chance again, ITP raid, baby, let's go. How you doing, Mo? Man, ITP raids are making this channel relevant. It's crazy. I owe that guy a blowjob or something. You can tell him I said that. Or don't. Yeah, if you get the chance to go to Bahrain again, go there. It's fucking nice. It's a very, very small little country. It's basically a city. But I had an awesome time there. Saudi Arabians basically go there. Saudi Arabians basically go to Bahrain to do fucked up stuff. Like they go there to like fuck hookers and do all kinds of crazy fucking drugs and shit like that. And drive their cars as fast as they want to. So yeah, man. Bahrain's the place to go. If you get, like I said, if you get a chance again, go back. Gay? Yeah, so I've never denied it, bro. How you doing, Lemonade? ITP gang in the building. I love it. I love it. All of a sudden, I want no credit for these raids. Nah, Black Betty, you're the original raid manager. That will never be forgotten. Is it because you want a blowjob too? Is that what you're getting at? It was a joke, or was it? No, but I appreciate when you didn't say no Diddy first. I'm over the no Diddy thing. I regurgitated that nonsense for about 5 minutes, and then I was like, I'm done with it. Let's just get back to good old gay. Keep it old school. Yeah, Black Betty is the guy for getting raids going. I remember the first time I had a raid in here, I nearly shit myself. I was like, there was like 6 people in here, and I was just minding my own business, talking, and then all of a sudden it jumped up to like 25, and I was like, oh shit, what do I say? What do I say? I was panicking. It was almost too much attention out of the blue. I couldn't handle it. Um, yeah, so mad love to everyone who's coming here from ITP. I don't like asking, but if you guys can subscribe to the channel and give a little and hit that thumbs up, that would be sweet. I hate asking, but yeah, I've got to. I've got to. Say Black Betty is gorgeous. There, I just said it. I just said it. I can't, bro. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm just accept that I'm a scoliosis fuck and just deal with it. I didn't watch. The thing is, yeah, today was the only day that I didn't watch any of the games, any of the football games, and it seems like I missed a hell of a lot. Apparently, there was a Turkey goal that was outrageous. A young kid, I can't remember his name, scored a screamer, but they were playing Georgia, and Georgia are probably the worst team in the tournament. But I'm definitely gonna have a look back and see some of those goals because, like, apparently it was a great game. I'm sorry that I missed it. Turkey have been pretty good for a while. Gula, hey, how you doing, Armsby? The Gula goal was good. You think it's the goal of the tournament already? Man, I need to look this. I told you Spain were a dark horse. The thing is, yeah, Spain do this. Like, they've had tournaments where I remember there was a tournament where they won 7-0 in their first game. I think it was in the World Cup, and then they got knocked out of the group. Spain do this, and Croatia are full of old fucks. Don't worry, Paradox. We're just sitting on football for a minute. We've got to let the British lads get this out of their system. Do you know what I mean? There's no other than musical. There's no other people that are willing to let this shit slide. It's the European Championships. If you're in America, you wouldn't give a shit about it. The thing is, that the Italy performance against who did they play again? Can't remember who Italy played. It was boring as fuck, but this is what Italy do. I'm still liking the Italy one. Italy are good, and you can get Italy. Oh, you are British, but not all British people like football. I mean, I'm going to say something controversial here. 95% of football games are fucking boring. They just are. Albania are the second worst team in the tournament. They're wank. So they should have slapped them up, and they went a goal behind in the quickest goal in European Championship history. It's not a good look, but this is what Italy do. I don't give two shits about football. Rugby, baby. I'm surprised rugby isn't more popular because that shit is brutal. It's like American football. I mean, I know American football is brutal as well, but with rugby, you got none of that padding or anything like that. I suppose you're not allowed to. All right, let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see this. Hang on. Let me see. I need to find I've got my chat open here. Oh, it says video unavailable. So it's just for you American cunts. I can't look at those highlights. Yeah, again, shout out. I know most of you are in musical MMA anyway, but shout out to musical MMA. Subscribe over there if you haven't already. Same with Making the Walk MMA. England, Armsby. Yeah, I just hate football. I don't blame you for hating football. I grew up on football, played it my entire life. 95% of games are horrible to watch and they're boring. I'm just going to keep it real. Football's the kind of thing, yeah, that I have it on in the background. I'm never usually locked into a game, to be honest. I find watching it to be highly boring. It reminds me of that Simpsons episode, you know, where they're going, and he passes it again, and he passes it again, and he passes it again, and they're getting fucking hyped about it. What position did you play as a kid? I used to be like a central midfielder, but I was, as you can see from my stature, I'm quite small. So I ended up, like, when I started thinking about going like semi-pro and doing stuff like that, I got converted to a left back, and I had much more success there because I was pretty good on the ball, and I was quite tenacious. So yeah, I played as a left back, a right-footed left back, and then I started smoking weed, and then my career was over. My career was over, or any prospects I had was over. Did you ever get scouts coming to watch you? Yeah, I got scouted for an Arsenal academy, and so I was playing for like a semi-pro team, and I got scouted for the Arsenal academy, and I went along to like a training camp they were doing, and I got absolutely outclassed. Everyone there was better than me, and that's when I realized, like, hang on a second, like I don't really belong here. Like this is never going to be a thing for me. And then 3 weeks later, I was getting high. That was a chastening experience. Because I used to play football literally like it's like I've said in previous streams before. I was the kind of guy who would turn up to school 2 hours early to get a game in and just stink the rest of the day out. Didn't give a shit. And then straight after school, straight to the park and back kicking again. But it's fucking boring to watch. 2 months ago, my 7-year-old son got addicted to football, which was surprising, but I've been enjoying watching him learn. I didn't even know you had kids, you know. I don't know why I didn't know that. I don't know why I didn't know that. Is that you've only got one kid, yeah? What was the first game he watched musical? That's a good question. I still remember my first game. It should have put me off for life. It's a 0-0 draw between Man City and Chelsea back when Man City were fucking terrible. Worst game. It was awful. Just because of the greenery or what? Um, no, it was more that like I was in with a kind of funny crowd back then. I think that Arsenal trial was just a wake up call for me though. It was like I'm good on the playground and I'm good at like semi pro level, but I was never gonna make it pro. It was never gonna happen. Uh, hang on a second. I played the left side of the field as a righty because my dad trained me to use my left. I had the best left foot on the team, better than any lefty. My son is 4 years old, or nearly 4 years old, and he's naturally left footed as well. Left footed players are more at a premium because they're harder to get. Obviously, most people are naturally right footed. So if you're a left footed player and you're decent, you've got more of a chance of making it than if you're a righty. 100%. Weed definitely doesn't hurt you playing footy more than chuffing the nicotine. I noticed though. Yeah, because weed doesn't fuck up your lungs in the same way that cigarettes do. But I was on both. Like I started smoking when I was like 13, so it wasn't great. UFC 305, two representatives from African nations is really cool. I hope Drickers comes to the cage in full African garb and Adesanya burns it in the ring. I'm left-footed. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, like left-footed players think like the guys I knew who were all left-footed could all ball. They were all sick. I just watched the highlights of the Turkey game. Were they good? I'm definitely gonna have to watch this after at some point. I'm gonna have to because I heard that first goal was it was an absolute banger. I'm gonna have to go back and have a look at that. 100%. It's like being a southpaw in MMA. It's a natural advantage because it's rarer and people are less used to fighting southpaws. Yeah, I think southpaws are like 15% or something of MMA strikers. Same in boxing as well. If you get somebody I mean, that's how Usyk has rampaged to the top so easily because he's just awkward to deal with. Ched, you were a goalie. Are you lefty or righty? I feel like we're asking a different question now. I'm glad Marab's team got humbled. Karma for him being a country cuck. Yeah, Georgia are shit at football though. They're kind of very much just like I'm amazed they even made the tournament to be honest. And yet Ireland, even though Ireland still can't get anywhere near it, pisses me off. Because to be honest, even though I live in England, I don't really care if the English national team do well or not. I'm way off that train. I think they're shit. I think they're shit and disappointing. So I don't really care. Like them winning or losing does nothing for me. The only soccer game I liked was when a French board from college showed me this France World Cup game and this bald-headed dude named Zidane headbutted. So yeah, that was against Italy. That was one of the most notorious moments in World Cup history when he nutted the guy in the middle of the pitch and got sent off, and then France went on to lose the game. That was a legendary moment. I'm ambidextrous. I have no limbs. No wonder you gave up smoking. You're the damn Raul Rosas of smoking. Oh, Raul Rosas, man. I don't even want to get started on that guy. I only play right-handed piano, though. So the right hand is your dominant hand here. See, I'm left-handed, but I'm right-footed. So it's very confusing. Remember when America and England were tied 2-2? Yeah, that was fucking embarrassing. That was genuinely embarrassing. That was an embarrassing moment. We had a big fat off Cambodian goatee with a bum left arm. He kept the fuck out of goal with this one arm. I'm ambidextrous. My semen worked once. Oh, I wish that was the case for me, man. I wish that was the case for me. I've got some ridiculously potent sperm, unfortunately. I hope my kids aren't listening. That sounds like I'm regretful. But nah, my shit couldn't hit the mark for a while there, or couldn't miss the mark for a while there. It was a bullseye every time. I've only had sex 4 times, and I may have that many kids. I'm not going to confirm or deny that rumor. I was a Gareth Bale type left wing, right wing, with a banging right foot and a decent ass lefty. If you can play with both feet, you got a really good chance. Most players can't do that. No way you got 4 kids. I'm not confirming or denying that. Again, if you wanna get that information out of me, you got to get me hammered as fuck. Lemon pepper wings. What type of career did you have where you got to travel the world? So I started out as like an elementary school teacher. So I was teaching like 10 and 11-year-olds in elementary school. And then I got my English masters, and I got my English masters, and then taught in universities. So I taught English literature in universities as well. So that's it's a nice career to have, because you can obviously when you go abroad, the salary is higher. There's a lot of places where you don't get taxed, and your accommodation gets paid for. And when you take accommodation out of your outgoings, you can make a shitload of money. And then you do tutoring and stuff on the side. You know what I mean? I made a lot of money in a short space of time. A lot. Especially the tutoring as well. You could get paid like 50, 60 bucks an hour. Do that 5 hours a day. You do the math. Because I'm not gonna. Tell Whoa Black Betty to show us her feet. Black Betty's not a female. I don't know where you've got this idea in your head, Matua. Black Betty is not a female. And the fact that I know that you're a foot guy is kind of freaking me out now as well. Let's take shots. I did get some nice Japanese whiskey today that I'm wanting to try out. I'm not sure if I should be cracking it out on a Tuesday night though. It looks like you're drinking a bottle of soap. I think I picked up the wrong bottle. I'm a natural righty too, but I trained my left foot so much that it was better than my right for penalties for a time. And that's a good way to throw people off. If you can switch feet in the middle of because the thing is, they're smart ballers, yeah. They figure out what your dominant foot is, and they can figure out how to defend you better. So if you can switch feet in the middle of a game, it gives you an advantage. Let's cheers, you got the ITP raid. An ITP raid can make your channel overnight. It's incredible. English Masters is cool. Yeah, it was tough though. Like the hours were crazy. The hours were crazy when I was a professor. It was way too much, because I'm a very caring person, despite what you might think of me. And yeah, there's a lot of reading involved, as you can imagine. Any specific subjects you used to teach? So I used to do like it was a lot of like pre and post war literature, it was mostly 20th century literature. So that was because obviously, like when you teach literature, it's not just you teaching every part of the syllabus. You have different professors that take up different units, and I preferred doing stuff in the 20th century because it's just more interesting to me. And other lecturers would take up stuff like they would do like early English, like Shakespeare, and I'm not a big fan of poetry as well. I think poetry mostly sucks. So I preferred doing like things that were centered around like kind of World War II and more like contemporary literature as well. That was more my jam. because I just enjoyed it more and I could relate to it more. Why can't we donate, lad? We can't donate because I refuse to monetize. I don't want advertisement roles on my videos because then 0 people would watch them. It's bad enough having to listen to me ramble for 10 minutes and then having to I did read I didn't finish War and Peace. I mean, nobody finishes War and Peace because it's very arduous to get through. But I did have a crack at War and Peace is one of those ones that's on my list, and it's kind of like, it's something that I'm going to get to. Sorry if I'm falling behind a little bit here. Damn Brits need to stop being so polite. I also use American version of Worlds to Peace chat. Yeah, I can't help myself sometimes. The Mexican soccer team makes me want to commit Sudoku. I think you've mixed up the words there, brother. Musical MMA. I'm having a banger in MASH right now, and mate, what you're talking about. Cheds, you have to say bangers, unless it sounds like you're just eating one sausage. Again, I feel like we're talking about something else now. One shot of Jap whisk won't hurt. I might run downstairs and try because I can't remember where I left the bottle. It's a completely new one that I didn't see, and the bottle looked a little bit like it was very nondescript, but it was expensive. So I figure like I'm one of those people who falls into that trap quite easily. If it's quite expensive, I'm like, maybe there's something to that. And it's not always the best way to go about things. I'm not a foot guy. I like the idea that Whoa Black Betty is a black woman because she's got a black woman's name. Why is Mike Davis out? I have no idea. I'm assuming there's some kind of injury. That guy's got a very unfortunate injury record. Do you read any Toni Morrison? Not really. I don't even know who that is. She's the Tony Ferguson of literature. I'll be honest, yeah, I do like some female authors, but like I'm not as much as I enjoy male authors. Chandler can make 185. Chandler versus McGregor confirmed for UFC 600. I think Michael Chandler should move on. I don't know what you guys should think. I finished Blood Meridian a couple of days ago. Was it good? Is it worth it? Because I bought I can't remember who recommended it in the chat, but somebody said I should read American Psycho. So that's next on my list. I'm currently finishing a book by N.W. Craven, which I'm trying to get through. I should be finished up by tomorrow, and then I'm going to get onto American Psycho and see if that's worth a read. At least monetize for the super chats. I've kind of got a plan. Yeah, if I ever get to 1,000 subscribers, which is a long way off, it feels like now, I might monetize then. But I don't really want to be charging people to have their opinion. I don't really want to ever go down that route. I'm not here for the money. I'm here to piss people off. That's basically what that's payment enough for me. Rattling a few cages. What's good, Saturday? Good to have you in here, bro. Good to see you back. Toad in the hole or beef Wellington? I'll probably go toad in the hole. Musical spitting. I'll super chat you $1 Hong Kong. Mike Davis has a torn bicep. That's unfortunate. Blood Meridian is a book. Physically not well at all, but he's in surprisingly good spirits. It's been horrendous on my whole family. Thanks for asking, mate. Shout out for that. How you doing? How you doing Saturday again? I'm astounded at how much of a hypocrite MMA Joey is. I mean, we can get into MMA Joey. Do any of you watch MMA Joey? And do you enjoy? I'm good Saturday, bro. Nice to have you back here. Do any of you actually watch MMA Joey's videos? I'm really curious to know because I've never met somebody who's willing to admit that. Musical MMA, no one annoys me more than that fuck MMA Joey. Bro, Cheddarhead, the reason I've said this before, the reason why I'm here is because I want to get big enough on YouTube and then I want to call that fucking fat, irritating cunt out for a fight. And then I'm going to retire after I beat the fuck out of him. Or hang myself if I somehow manage to lose to that guy. So that's why you need to boost up the channel, yeah, because we're going to make this happen. I don't care that I'm 40 years old and I've never been in a real competitive fight before. I can take him. You watch MMA Joey, Aaron, my opinion of you is... I don't want to say it's dropped, but I'm disappointed. I'll put it that way. Oh, you don't? Thank God. I was scared there for a minute. I get my MMA Joey content via the shit you type. His Twitter account is somehow more annoying than his videos. You can't take Joe. I will fuck Joey up. How dare you? How fucking dare you? You think that, like, the thing is there, just purely from a cardio perspective, there's no way that guy's getting out of the first 30 seconds with me, bro. You've never been recommended a video by him, then you're blessed. Because the thing is that I don't watch his videos anymore, but even like his thumbnails and seeing his fat frame. Oh, I've had loads of schoolyard scraps as a kid. I've never had a licensed fight. I've had plenty of fights on the street and in school, but not sanctioned fights. That's a whole different ball game. Because on the street and in school you can cheat, which I'm very good at. I'm not against getting dirty with it. MMA stat I like: Nigeria and South Africa stranglehold on the middleweight division. Do you know what? We were talking about this before when we were on Making a Walk MMA's live. Middleweight's probably the most exciting division right now. It's not the best division, but there's the most going on. MMA Joey training footage. You're fucking kidding me. This isn't real. There's no way this is real. Do you know what? Even if you're trolling me, I'm willing to take the... Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. I gotcha. I despise that guy so much. Musical MMA. Did you know MMA Joey was doxing the guy from MMA Holes? I've heard of MMA Holes. I've never seen any videos though. Can somebody explain to me how you get doxed? I don't understand it. And the reason why I want to know is because I need to make sure that nobody doxes me in the future. Because I make a lot of people angry. And I don't really want people turning up at my house. I will stab you. Yeah, someone explain to me how the fuck another no notification. This has been happening a lot to me, bro. YouTube is not a fan of me. They're trying to dim my bright star. It's just the truth. But can someone explain to me how you get doxxed? I don't understand it. So you're using your real name, but how does that, like, is it because they just jump onto your socials or whatever? But how do they track down where you live? Assume it must be some hacking. I already doxed you, bro. The thing is, if you got to find me, you've got to get through some wilderness to find me. Yeah, don't share your last name. That's good advice. That's very good advice. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how MMA Guru got doxxed because nobody really seems to know what his name is, and I've heard he got doxxed. Doxing is just the lowest of the low, especially when you've got like a family. Because there's some, like I said, there's some psychotic motherfuckers out here. They'll turn up at your house. Chess, I did hear a story, but didn't specifically follow it. What was the full dox he did? I'm really curious about this doxing stuff. Weston, I can't handle hearing about it, so I got my mom to do it. Oh, yeah, so I'm gonna stop reading those out because they seem quite personal. Loads of ways to track someone down, but just don't overshare stories from your past. You people piece shit together. Yeah, I don't think I've ever mentioned like where I've been to school or where I've been to university. I think the most that people know is that I live in the middle of England somewhere and that I used to live in London. I think that's the most you can piece together. Aaron Tats, ask MMA Holes about MMA Joey. Apparently he was just saying his street address during his stream. If you're going to give your street address out, though, you're retarded. Like you're doxing yourself, obviously. That's a different thing. Or was he saying his street address out? That's a different thing. Bro, in the USA, you can pay $5 and find anyone's address. I was fucking around and found out that Valentina, Antonina, and Pavel all live together in Vegas. That's crazy. Welcome back, Paradox. Thanks, Western. Streams helped me take my mind off it, to be honest. That's good. I don't know what's going on with you, but I hope whatever it is, things improve. Oh, no, MMA Joey was saying whole street address out. Again, that's just why. Like, why would you do that? I think if you do that shit, you should be instantly banned from YouTube immediately. Like I said, that's just going too far. Especially when, I don't care what people get up to. If you got, like, people can come for me all they want, but like, it's when, you know, you're putting somebody's family at risk. That's next level. You got to get that should be an instant permanent ban from YouTube. So I hope MMA Joey does it again. In fact, I might feed him my address just so I can. I'd be willing to sacrifice my address to get MMA Joey kicked off YouTube. 100%. I live on Stompath. You should be banned. Probably, yeah. You're not wrong. You should be arrested for cyber stalking. Oh, yeah, I thought you were saying I should be banned, which is, again, it's not a bad take. How did Joey find it out? This is what I'm interested to know. Like, how does he find out that information? I mean, to be fair, MMA Joey looks like the kind of creepy guy who could be like, I assume he spends enough time in front of his computer to know his way around one. So maybe he's doing it by some kind of illegal means. But no, doxing is next level scumbag. MMA Holes is somebody that I need to try. I'm not sure if I'm subscribed or not. Let me check. No, I'm not subscribed. I'm going to subscribe to there as well. Why not? I hope UFC 305 use local ring girls. That would be sick. I think girls can look good in hijabs. Is that controversial to say? I don't think it is. I don't understand how MMA Joey has a fan base. I've genuinely never seen him be entertaining. I hate the way he talks. He really struggles to get words out because he's got fucking so much fat in his neck. I don't get why he's got a fan base either. I think what really gave MMA Joey a boost is I remember there was a point when I was watching Guru when he shouted him out, where he basically, I think he mentioned his name, and then he got a big boost after that. So it may inadvertently be MMA Guru's fault for giving this guy an unwarranted boost. Because his content is bullshit. Like, I don't like MMA Joey. But having said that, I've only watched like 3 or 4 videos of him. MMA Holes is meh. What kind of content? I mean, I know he obviously does MMA content, but what kind of content is it? Let me have a quick gander. It seems to be like watch-alongs and yeah, just like general MMA topic videos. This guy looks familiar. All right. I guess now that I'm subscribed, I'm gonna find out sooner or later. I definitely heard of him before today. Yeah, first Mike Davis is out, and now your car's fucked. Sounds like you're having a hell of a day. Is the UK really on a downfall? I'm in the USA. It's safe to say we're fucked over here. I don't really notice the difference. I don't really notice. For me, living in the UK is all right, apart from the fact that it's too expensive. I don't live in a major city, so I don't think I really notice things changing too much around here. You're done, little bro. I'm using a VPN, so fuck you, bro. It's not my real location. But like I said, you're welcome to come round in my house. You're welcome to come round and try. I might look soy, but I'm dangerous. MMA Holes was like the first MMA YouTuber. You've got to be a little autistic to enjoy it. Yeah. I don't mind a little bit of tism. I'm all for it. Tats ain't playing. I'll personally be overjoyed when I get doxxed, because it will mean that I'm making some waves. Who fills in for Mike Davis against Drew Dober? You just need to put Drew Dober in there with somebody who can crack. He's willing to go into the fire, and it will be a great fight. Drew Dober could have a great fight with pretty much anyone. And the thing is, he's fought a lot of people in and around him, so I don't know what you do there. I don't know what you do there. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. By the way, if I have missed any chats that you really want read out, I do apologize. Having more than one person in here is kind of new to me, so if you desperately want something to be read out, please do post it again, and I'm happy to read out whatever. Just stop trying to get me to say the N-word. That's all I ask. But no, that Mike Davis fight is really disappointing because I would have loved to have seen that fight. Liked the stream or Tats will accidentally cup shot you. Nah, I'm not saying that. Nice try. The thing is, when I say the word knicker, it doesn't sound like it should. It's very, very, very hard to get me to say that word because of how fruity I sound. You got to try harder than that. Oh, come on, just once. Thoughts on salt and vinegar crisps? I'm a big fan. I like salt and vinegar crisps. They were my favorite back in the time, but I like good old ready salted. And I'll give you guys a tip. If you're somebody who eats crisps or chips, as you American call them, put them in the fridge for a while and then eat them. For some reason, it brings the flavor out. That's my little tip for the day. Let me check. No, I don't. It's usually a weekend thing. Nah. In the fridge, especially ready salted. Like, I don't know what they call them I assume they call them ready salted in America as well. Slap those bitches in the fridge for a couple of hours. I tell you, man, you will never go back. Yeah, I was in a foster home when I was a kid, and the this old bitty who was looking after us, she used to do that, man. She used to put I used to think she was a nutcase, but that was the one thing. I mean, she did way more weird things than that, but like the crisps in the fridge thing was actually something that stuck. I was like, nah, man. She absolutely nailed it there, and I don't know how she figured it out. She probably just thought everything you buy from a supermarket goes into a fridge. But no, that worked. It's good. I implore you all to try it. A bitch slap them into the fridge. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it works. It just brings the flavor out. I think it just brings the saltiness out, I guess. I don't know how it works, but it does. See, the thing is, I can say vinegar over and over again, and it's not going to get me caught. It's fine. I don't know what the obsession is with people to try to get me to say fucked up shit. I don't get it. Like, people jump in here from Twitter just to catch me out. Dana better announce this fucking card soon. I assume it's going to be today or tomorrow. I'm not saying that. JJPB, I know, like, I'm onto you already. I mean, I'm looking at it, I'm reading it in my head, and I can't figure out what you're trying to get me to say. But so Ikram is KOing Rob, yeah? Definitely not. Ikram Eliskarov is terrible. Pound for pound number one boxer, Usyk, Davis, Crawford, or Canelo? It's not Canelo. That's about all Connor is trolling the community. Why do you think that? I think he's just on coke. I think Chael Sonnen is speaking the truth. He's just revealing what we all thought anyway. Or nah, man, I'm for real. One of the first places in the UK has squid. It feels like a trap. It does feel like a trap. And those two things, I mean, the thing is that I've seen wilder things go together that shouldn't work. But squid and bread, is it just squid just lumped in and then just that's it, or is there any garnish to that? Because I can't see how that would work. But the number one, I would say if I had to choose out of anyone there, I would probably say Crawford. I would probably say Crawford. I think that's an easy one. Inoue's great as well. Hasn't Inoue already unified two divisions as well? The trouble that I think Inoue is going to have is he's going to be forced to go up too heavy, and eventually someone's going to catch him. He's great though. I like Inoue. Inoue is definitely in the conversation right now. The way that people talk, it's definitely leaning to more towards Crawford or Inoue. But Inoue is going to have that problem. He's just too small. I have Inoue as my number two. I'd probably agree with that. I'd probably go Crawford 1, Inoue 2. Fried calamari in batter is yummy. I do like calamari. I'm quite a seafood person, to be fair. Three divisions. I don't know about that. You might be right. You might be right. As far as I know, he's only unified 2, but he's very good. It would be cool to see a Japanese resurgence. Tatsuro has top 5 potential. I'm a very big fan. Tatsuro Taira convinced me in his last fight, in his last few fights, that he's going to be a problem. At 24 years old, I think he might get a title shot next. I think that's next for him. Crawford, pound for pound, the best. Damn straight. Damn straight. Inoue would be nice against Javante, but Javante may be too big. And that's a weird thing to say because Tank is a small gentleman. Tank would definitely take that fight. I think we're more likely to get Tank against him than some of the other pound for pound top fighters at the moment. I think we're more likely to get that because it would be huge. And like I said, he would have the size and strength advantage. But Inoue is so fast. I don't know. I think he's going to fight Lomar, and I think he's going to lose on points, but get the decision. I think that's what's going to happen. Loma is forever getting robbed. Forever. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. If he basically needs to fight in his home country, which there's no point in doing. Crawford's 37. What? Are you for real? Fucking no, yeah, man. He needs to hurry up. I didn't realize he was that old. I assumed he was like 30. He needs to get on with it. I didn't realize he was that old. Fuck me. Yeah. That is not good. He needs to really step it up. Usyk is 37, but Usyk's had like a very, very long career. I mean, Usyk had hundreds of amateur fights. And he obviously got his whole thing was to be an Olympic champion. And then the pro boxing thing kind of was just once he hit success there, it was like, all right, I'm going to be a pro. His plan was never to be a pro boxer. Yeah, he's definitely getting up there. And it's true, being 37 at heavyweight's definitely different because you lose things a little bit later. And heavyweight's generally not as skilled. So I think Usyk should retire if I was him, but I think he's going to carry on for a bit longer. I can see Usyk going, he said he's going to go until he's 40. I wouldn't really advise it, but he's probably going to do that. The thing is, yeah, like I didn't really know. I only started really hearing more about Crawford over the last 5 years. Yeah, 300 amateur wins is just crazy. He's never been knocked out as well. I mean, you don't really tend to get knocked out in amateurs anyway, but yeah, I know. I was just stating because I thought he was like 34. I thought he was like 32, 33. But Crawford only really came on my radar in the last 5 years because I kind of got very apathetic towards boxing over the years. So I'd stopped really paying attention. Crawford versus Madrimov, August 13th. That could be a good one. I don't see Crawford losing. I don't see Crawford losing to anyone. 154 is a nice stopgap for him, I think. How we doing, Side A, brother? How you doing? Nice to see you here. Loma has like 370. Yeah, his amateur career was crazy. He only turned pro when he was like 27 or 28 or something. My hot take is that I don't care whoever a fighter, boxer finally loses because that means they pushed themselves to the limit. I think this whole like that's the problem with boxing. Once you lose that O, people just don't look at you the same anymore. It's not like MMA. I think that needs to change in boxing. Losses should be a part of your journey. It shouldn't be like the be all and end all of your opportunities. That Ukrainian Olympic team was peak. It was unbelievable. Every fighter from that Olympic team has gone on to do some serious shit. You think Ngannou's ever going to fight in the PFL? I don't. Because he's going to have to fight Ferreira next. And that guy's a genuine threat. I mean, he's what, 6'7", 6'8", powerful, significant, a little bit younger than Ngannou. If Ngannou loses in MMA, his whole aura is gone. It's gone. And I don't think he'll risk it. I think he might try and weasel out one more boxing fight and then it'll be done. I don't think he's ever going to fight in MMA again. The fact that you can go like 520 and still be able to fight shows how rigged boxing is. Boxing is just, I mean, it's improving lately. You mean threat? Yeah, did I say it weird? He wants a washed Wilder. If I was in Ngannou, I would take that Wilder fight all day long. And I think he could beat him. Dillian White would fuck Ngannou up. Dillian White can actually box. And he's got a chin. Errol Spence can turn losing that O around. Lomachenko is... See, the thing is, yeah, Loma's a little bit different because people kind of know he got robbed. And Loma hasn't been sparked out. The problem that Devin Haney's got is he got battered. He got battered by a lunatic. It's just not a good look. So I think he's going to struggle. Whereas and the thing is with Errol Spence got. I mean, I know he got destroyed by Crawford, that's not a bad loss on anyone. But he got absolutely schooled. He got destroyed. One of them is getting banged out for sure, and I think it would sell. Like I'd watch that. But I think Dillian White, and Dillian White's on the source as well. So Dillian White, I think, would definitely fuck him up. I think he's got a chance against Wilder because Wilder's just not skilled. And you see how people fight him now. They just stay on one side, avoid that right, and then he's got nothing else for you. And now that he's lost a little bit of that killer instinct as well, he's gone from having one trick in the bag to basically having... It's like a broken toolkit now. I don't think he's going to... Yeah, I would take that fight if I was in Ngannou. I definitely wouldn't fight in MMA in the PFL. There's no point. Dylan is allergic to uppercuts. Against good boxers, though. And they have to have... I mean, it's not like you have to set him up to get him to walk into something like that. Dillian White is a decent boxer. He's a decent boxer. I think he would beat the fuck out of Ngannou. Errol Spence got beat the hell up, but he can still get some solid... he can definitely get paid. He can 100% get paid. I want Dubois versus Joshua. Again, I think Joshua fucks Dubois up. Dubois is way too hittable. I know he's come back with a couple of nice wins, but I don't ever think Hrgovic was that good. I think he was way overrated. And he beat up Big Baby. He was terrible. He was a fat mess. So I think Dubois would get murdered by AJ in probably... I would say that would be over in the first 6 rounds, maybe even before then. I think he ends that fight early. Dubois has no head movement whatsoever. That's a terrible matchup for him. I think he gets destroyed. Don't think Spencer's the same fighter after the car crash. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, Ngannou versus Big Baby. Why the fuck not? I think Ngannou's just going to go for one more big paycheck in boxing, and then he's going to bounce. I think that's the way for him. There's not enough money in PFL. There's just not. I know they said he's going to get paid a lot, but I don't see it. He's decent, but I think Ngannou's not a good boxer. It's just that the thing is, Fury was obviously coked out of his mind, did no training, and just thought he could go in there and do the basics, and got found out. Andy Ruiz would kill Ngannou as well. Andy Ruiz would do to Ngannou what Joshua did to Ngannou 100%. Ruiz has a chin as well. He might be a fat little dumpling, yeah, but he's got a chin. He's got a hell of a chin on him. I think Andy Ruiz would destroy Ngannou's life even more. No, I know you're not saying Ngannou's good, but I think like who are you saying he's on the same level at boxing wise? Maybe I misunderstood that. Yeah, Andy Ruiz is very, very good. He just can't put the fried food down. That's the problem. And again, I mean, if I was him, you suddenly get 8 million in the bank from one fight, and then you get another like 16, 20 million, bro. I'm chowing down. I mean, to be fair, if I was him in that situation, I would have waited until the end of my career. But I don't rate Dylan the way. I don't even think Dylan's good. I don't think Dylan's good either. I mean, he's definitely a rung or two down, but he's tough, and he has he has decent boxing fundamentals. Ngannou doesn't have decent boxing fundamentals. He's got a bit of power and a lot of power, but that's it. He's not technically good at all. Like I think Dillian White would be a step too far for him. I genuinely think Dillian White would fuck him up. I think it would take longer than AJ, but I think he would fuck him up. And again, he's not really a big enough name for Ngannou to take. If you're Ngannou, you're looking square on at that Deontay Wilder fight. That fight makes all the sense in the world. Deontay Wilder's been smashed out a couple of times now. His stock is in the gutter. He's probably just looking at one or two more paychecks as well. The Ngannou fight makes sense. It makes all the sense in the world. If I was both of them, I would take that fight. I think it's fair that you don't rate Dillian. I don't think Dillian's a good boxer, but he's a damn sight better than Ngannou. Yeah, please do subscribe to the channel and subscribe to Making the Walk MMA as well. Again, I hate shouting myself out because it just feels cringy to me, but I would appreciate some subs. I'm trying to climb up very, very slowly, and I've lost a couple over the last few days, which isn't great. Well, I gained some and then lost a few, so it's never the best feeling. At this point, they'd all be Ngannou now. His chin has been taken, and it was taken in the most horrific fashion as well. I mean, he's probably still having nightmares about that shit. He got absolutely spanked. Andy Ruiz hit the jackpot against AJ and lost his mind. That was 5 years ago, and he's only fought 3 times. Same thing happened to Buster Douglas when he beat Tyson. The thing is, Buster Douglas was more just like kind of tough. Andy Ruiz is genuinely skilled. He just can't get out of his own way. You can't turn up to a fight that fat. You just can't. It's not acceptable. Making the walk. And don't forget Daggy's Corner as well. The newly minted Daggy's Corner. I'll subscribe, but everyone in the chat has to subscribe to King Paradox. You have a YouTube channel as well, and you haven't mentioned it up to now. I'm disappointed, sir. Let me see if I can... Daggy's Corner. Ngannou is still on oxygen. Let me see if I can find King Paradox. I'm all about shout-outs in here. Are you gaslighting me? I can't find it. I have like 2 videos, but I'm on the rise. Oh, nice one, Tats. Appreciate it, bro. There we go. There we go. Let me Let me pop this up. Where are we? King Paradox. All right, hang on a second. I'm going to subscribe to you now. And also, I'm going to go one step further. And I'm going to show you here. So there we go. This is Paradox the Chad. I don't know why I couldn't find you. Oh, because it's Paradox the fucking Chad. Easy mistake to make. So yeah, Paradox the Chad. Subscribe to the channel. And let's give him a nice welcome boost. Paradox the Chad. There you go, brother. Big love to the mandem. Big love to the mandem. One Muay Thai is fire. The thing is with one, it's a bit of a mixed bag because you get the stand-up fights like the Muay Thai fights, which are fantastic because you're almost guaranteed to get someone getting chinned, but then it will be followed up by like Mikey Musiala like scissoring another dude on the ground, which is fucking horrendous to watch. I'm a BJ. The thing is, yeah, I appreciate BJJ as a like a discipline, but I hate all BJJ like a BJJ only matchups. I can't watch that shit. That genuinely is gay corn. I can't stand it. I can't stand watching that crap. You're an OG Mac or a Wanna player. I hate Mikey Michi. I hate him as well. I think the guy's a nerd. I think the guy's an annoying nerd. To be honest. I hate his squeaky little voice, and I hate watching his fights. I don't care if that makes me sound like a casual. I hate BJJ only events. Like they're terrible to watch. It's not exciting to me. Like I prefer BJJ when it's in a context where you can get punched in the face. Then I'm all for it. But no, I'm just not down. Yeah, if it's like it's just not my bag. Jonathan Haggerty is the man. Can't wait for him to switch to MMA. He does have an MMA fight coming up. Actually, I think because he fought and I think what's the champion in. He fought a guy in kickboxing. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I think he's a Brazilian dude, a young Brazilian guy. He beat him in kickboxing, and now he's gonna fight him at in MMA. I'm pretty sure. I'd like to see what he can do as well. I'm quite excited for that. I could go for that. That's the thing, because in BJJ you get a lot of guys that can't land takedowns. They've got no wrestling skill whatsoever, and it's just horrible to watch. It's guys that pull guard and try to get, because if somebody's only good at BJJ, and we've talked about this enough times, just don't go on the ground with them. BJJ is worthless if you can't take people down. There's no point to it. It's just it is. I'm not going to go as far as some other analysts and say that it's like it's soy, because I don't think it's soy. I know some guys who have BJJ black belts and they're mustard, but like they'll be the first to admit that it's pretty useless on the street. The thing is, the Ruotolos, they're a bit more exciting to watch, but still, it's just boring to me. It's boring to me. Fabrizio Andrade, that's the guy. That's the guy. Sorry, Frank, I couldn't help it. I deliberately didn't read that one out. You've broken my heart more than once, Weston, and I don't appreciate it. I don't have a heart. Yeah, but Fabrizio Andrade is legit as well, and he's young. But he got really badly schooled in that kickboxing fight. I know that he was in Haggerty's domain, but it'd be interesting. I think they're gonna fight for his title in the next couple of months. So it'd be interesting to see if Haggerty can do it. You're not sorry. If anyone's gonna make me have a meltdown and cry live on stream, it's gonna be you. I've been starting to follow Cage Warriors recently. I do need to watch Cage Warriors more. I really do. And I need to start going to events more because they're not expensive and they're on all the time. Nerd calling a nerd, to be honest. Yeah, so I am a nerd. The thing is, people don't Thanks a lot, Musical, and thanks a lot for stopping by, man. And just a quick reminder to everyone: do subscribe to Musical MMA if you haven't already. Very consistent and great community over there. So get over to Musical MMA. Thanks a lot for tuning in, bro. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, I am a nerd, but it's like when like I called a woman ugly one time. I got into an argument with her, and she went, "You're ugly," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, so what?" Like, it doesn't mean that I can't say you're not ugly. I never get that. How you can't call somebody something if you're that yourself. You can be ironic in your insults. I don't have any problem with that. I'm all for it. There's levels of ugliness though. All of us are fucking nerds. Exactly. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have some kind of like nerdy tendency. Fully. Fully. I'm all down for hypocritical insults. I have to take my car in early in the morning, so I'm going to go have a good stream. Appreciate you turning up again, Aaron. Top man. And hopefully they sort the problem out quickly and don't fleece you too hard. I know how mechanics can be. I've had run-ins with them in the past as well. It didn't go too well. So best of luck with that situation. Much love, man. Yeah, good night, bro. Or good afternoon, I'm assuming it probably is in your neck of the woods. But yeah, Paradox, I'll give you some regular shout outs as well. Are you planning on uploading more and more regularly? And are you down for going on camera and doing some like live call-ins? Because I definitely need some characters up in here. I have tried on multiple occasions to get people to do phone-ins, and they're just bitches out here. You're all bitches. Get on camera. If I can do it, you all can do it. Because putting this face out to the public has done me no favors. I'm finna get a mic. Do you know what kind of mic you're gonna get? Build bear subs. uh the thing is, yeah, I find, yeah, when you hit that like 100 mark, it starts to move a little bit and become a more racist MMA guru. I think like when you hit that 100 mark, things start to really get going, and you're doing the right thing, like going into other MMA, like established MMA creators and getting involved in the community, because it is a surefire way to like build yourself up a little bit more. It's something that I definitely recommend. Like I kind of did that kind of inadvertently to begin with. Like I just jump in the stream, and then somebody would say, "Oh yeah, that guy's got a channel," and then it kind of just it helps. But now I feel like I'm doing it a little bit more on purpose now, which isn't a good look. I don't really want to be that guy. I just want to go in and enjoy streams and just for what it is. And if by a bright byproduct I end up getting more people over here, that's great too. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, shorts is something. I've got very few shorts on my channel. I've been talking to Antoine about this for ages. I need to do more shorts. I'm just lazy because most of my videos now are just long-winded stuff, and going through like hours and hours of footage and finding stuff is just it's a pain in the ass. I think it's rude of people. Like if you've had 600 views on a video, I think it's rude that they don't subscribe after watching your video. Like throwing a subscribe to somebody is no big deal. You know, eat my shorts. Yeah, I think throwing up somebody a subscribe is really good. And again, I'm really grateful to the people that like that's what I'm saying. It's rude to watch that 600 people watched your video and they were like, nah, bruv. It's like, you cunt. You enjoyed 30 seconds of my life that I put out there, and you're not even like nice enough to just throw me a little sub. But no, shorts are definitely a way to go as well. It's something I definitely have to do more. It's just I need to find the time during the day. I think when my kid goes to school in September, that's when I'm going to start really stepping things up, because it's really hard for me to record or do anything in the day. I just can't do it. Took me that's what I'm saying, 3 hours out of your life for just a measly sub. People are scum. You're going to do a UFC on ABC 6 preview. ABC 6. I'm not sure what that is. That's what I'm saying. I don't really do card breakdowns anymore. It's just too much effort. I used to do card breakdowns every week, and the amount of research you have to put into it to not sound like a complete retard is grueling. Because I know stuff about most fighters, but when you're doing a detailed breakdown of a card, you have to put the research in, and it's time consuming. Like I used to spend 3 or 4 hours on a Sunday afternoon watching just endless fights. It's not good content, and the thing is, enough people do it. Nice one, Western, you legend. Um, yeah, it's just not good content. Like I said, too many people are doing it. There's way too many people doing it. It's the same thing with watch-alongs as well. I love you. Um, yeah, it's the Ikram versus Bobby Knuckles. Yeah, I'm gonna come on Friday, and I'm gonna do my card. I'm gonna do my parlay builder. So it's where I get people to come in, and then we do like votes on each fight, and then I just stick whoever wins the votes into a parlay. Like I said, the parlay last week did not work out, but it's a fun thing to do. It makes it a little bit more engaging and interactive. It's totally saturated. It's totally saturated. There's way too many people doing card breakdowns, card reactions, and watch alongs. Like for example, if I come on here on a Monday, right now, I've got 31 people in here, yeah. So I've got 13 people watching on YouTube, and it was as high as 21 earlier on, and I've got another 17 that are watching on Twitter. If I do a watch along, unless it's a big card, and usually it's people jumping in to be like, "Hey, bro, you're gonna stream it. You're gonna stream the card. You're gonna stream it. Can you show me the fights?" It's like, no, bro, you can't do that on YouTube. You'll get banned, and then they just fuck off. They call you a cunt, and then they fuck off. But yeah, it's definitely. I think if you're gonna do stuff on YouTube, it's about like getting good shorts going, having some original takes, which isn't the easiest thing to do. No, I appreciate that, Matua. And the thing is, Matua, you're a valuable person to have around because your takes are wild. You add a little flavor to the stream, which I appreciate. Um, but there's some really good people who do just a lot of people just want to jump in and just talk shit. That's what I've discovered about YouTube. It's more that people just want to they just want to jump in and have a chat about anything. So it kind of usually starts out as like MMA stuff, and then wherever the chat goes, I just let it flow. Like yesterday, yeah, it turned into a goddamn therapy session. We were talking about fucking relationships and like the we were talking about like the like the basically the issue between men and women and how we're different. That was a 40-minute ramble that we went on for that. Just that's what people wanted to talk about. It's crazy. Parlays are great for watch-alongs because you'll react to fights you wouldn't usually care about. 100%. Like the Friday parlay thing we did, it just turned out to be an impromptu thing where we put polls up for who we thought was going to win different fights, and then it gave the chat an opportunity to really express what they thought about every fight on the card, and it worked out pretty well. So it's something that that's going to be like a regular Friday thing for me now. I'm just going to do a whole like card parlay and just see how it works out. Because one day you motherfuckers are going to make me some money. One day it's going to happen. It was especially helpful on last week's card because I didn't know where to put my bets. It was just a horrible card to bet on. You are a shit talker. You are the shit talker. But no, I think we can definitely step things up a rung when we start doing like phone-ins. I want to make that like a unique selling point for the channel. Just have people coming in and being able to state their opinions about things. Now that I don't have a big platform, but I've certainly got a better platform than I had a year ago. I think it would be good to give people that opportunity. Hey, did you ever rewatch DDP Strickland? I haven't. I'm getting to it this week. I'm definitely going to watch it again because I want to have some good. I even want to have some better ammunition than me just going, oh well, he kicks harder. He kicks harder. I want to have like a solid argument so that we can end this one, or I can just concede. but I want to have an argument one way or another. Lucas Tracy does phone in sometimes. The thing is, I'm going to be doing more. Like, I've talked to the Rambling Dad and I've talked to Brutally Honest MMA. But I think what Lucas Tracy does is because I saw he did one with Bedtime MMA. I didn't actually watch it. I mean phone-ins for like maybe he does do phone-ins with like, just like random people jumping in, but that's what I want. I want to have a day every week where people can just where literally the entire stream is just people jumping on and off and being able to just have a little time on camera. That's what I want it to be. I want it to be just a strict stream where it's just about that. I definitely want to endorse that. Don't need to watch that Strickland whoop DDP. I'm starting to feel more and more that I am willing to admit, yeah, that maybe the fact that I bet on DDP that night is fucking up my opinion of it. Lucas did one with Joey back in the day. Oh my god, that must have been horrendous. That must have been horrendous. Strickland did not whoop the African giant. It looked like it though. I'm gonna die on my shield. I'm gonna die on my shield saying that DDP won that fight until I'm forced to watch it again. And the thing is, I'm willing to admit if I fucked up. But I obviously watched it live, and then I watched it I skipped through certain bits watching it a second time, which isn't the best way to watch any MMA fight. But Mikey, do you know what? Yeah, for you, I will watch it again. Because it's not like it was a bad fight. It's not like it was a bad fight. I did ask you guys, what did the Weasel have to say about the situation? Who did the Weasel say won? My finger is on the trigger. I promise you, Mikey, I'll watch it again. Do you know what? Yeah, I'll watch it again tomorrow. I've got a little bit of time tomorrow. I'll stick it on. Joey talks like he's a bad man in his streams, and he prays to get in an altercation every time he leaves the house. He is a fat fuck, and he will get. Oh my god, that's another thing, man. It's like, yeah, fucking hell. He's gonna get caught in the street one day and slapped by somebody, and probably I am as well. Where's Joey even from? I don't like giving defense. And the thing is, a paradox. That's really the point. Yeah, the point is, yeah, whether you think DDP or Strickland won, nobody can call that fight a robbery. You just can't. You can very, very strongly make a case for even man. It depends what you favor. And I think that's where I'm going to end up. Because I was the first person to say, like, when I got to the end of that fight and I had the, who said you're drinking a bottle of soap? That was Musical. Is that what it looks like? A bottle of soap? It's fucking clearly water. Fuck. I mean, I hope there's no soap in it. My taste buds are fucking shot, to be honest. I've absolutely now the thing is with Weasel, it's like I said, people go on like Weasel is, oh well, Weasel broke it down, it must be, but Weasel's whole thing is flawed as well, because it's like it looks like a soap refill bowl. I'll have you know, yeah, this water is outrageously expensive. It does look a little bit like a soap bowl though. I mean, he's got me on that one. Yeah, the reason why I say Weasel is irrelevant as well is because the way he, and I've said this in previous streams before as well, the way he quantifies like what a heavy strike, a light strike, and a medium strike is very, very subjective. So it doesn't solve the argument whatsoever. But at least someone's trying to put some like clarification onto it. At least he's trying to justify what he thinks, which I can get behind. But that whole heavy, light, medium thing doesn't work for me. Like, it's just like, what is a medium strike? Oh, because you say this is a medium strike, it's a medium strike. Fuck you, bro. DDP versus Strickland was super close. Hard to call it a robbery. And that's what I'm saying, Plymouth. That's exactly what it is. I think anyone who called it a robbery is talking out of their asshole. It was an extremely close fight. And the thing is, it's again, I'll say this one more time. People that say that Strickland is boring, can he be boring? Absolutely. But he wasn't boring in that fight. That was a hell of a fight. So it kind of shits on that whole argument, to be honest. I'm just trying to open up Twitter here to see if anything's popping off. I don't think there is. Every time I pop, like I'm getting targeted by the Dagestani community quite a lot lately. You get the occasional love as well, which is nice. But yeah, there's no way on earth that was a robbery. Adesanya's hairline is robbing him of his youth. This whole Adesanya never took shine. Never. He always manages to just corny up the whole situation. I'm so desperate to see him get smashed, and I'm so worried that he's not going to. Macho, who do you have in that fight? Do you think, or any? That's a question to all of you, really. Who do you think is going to win between Adesanya and Dricus? I know this has been all over I know this has been all over Twitter, and you've probably been asked this question about 7 million times. But I'm intrigued to know what all of you guys think. I did see Izzy's Hitler post. I don't know. Was he implying that Dricus is a racist? Is that the whole thing behind it? Is that what he was getting at? Because it wasn't very clever, was it? Was that what he was? Is that what he was implying? That Dricus is a racist? Is that what it was? I think Izzy will murk Dricus, and bro, I'll be honest. I literally predicted how this entirely panned out. So back in January, and this was before Dricus got the title shot with Sean. I was like, they're going to do Dricus and Sean. Dricus is going to beat him. And then they're going to do Izzy and Dricus in. I said these exact things. I said they're going to do Dricus and Izzy in the middle of the year, around about September, August time. And Izzy's going to get the belt back. I don't know what that Hitler thing was all about, though. I still don't get what he was implying. Was there like a tagline in it where he kind of made it a little bit more clear what was going on? Because I didn't understand it at all. It's just really fucking stupid. Adesanya is too creative for Dricus. He feints and traps have been valuable for Izzy. However, I thought Izzy was going to paint a masterpiece against Strickland. Then Izzy shit the bed. He did. The thing is, Alex Pereira said this multiple times. He said if you put the pressure on Adesanya, he'll crumble. Because he's somebody who needs space to work, get leg kicks off. Personally, I don't think it's that simple, because if you put the wrong kind of pressure, what worries me about this DDP fight, and what's very different from the Sean Strickland fight, is Sean Strickland is very defensively responsible. I know he got bonged out by Alex Pereira, but Sean Strickland's way of evading strikes and not getting hit with anything too good is one of the best. It's one of the most underrated in the UFC in general. Like, he's very, very hard to hit. So he doesn't just put pressure on, but he's very hard to tag. Dricus is not hard to tag. And I think with Izzy, if you get the way that Izzy usually knocks people out is catching them when they're in an attacking motion. He did it to Costa. He did it to what's his face? That fat bantamweight midget, Gastelum. He did it to Paulo Costa. If you're somebody who puts too much, like it's tough. Yuri's gonna smoke Alex. To be honest, I hope you're correct. I love Yuri. I like Yuri more than Alex. I don't think he's gonna win, bro. I don't think he's gonna beat him. I want to be wrong. DDP, the African Giant's kicks look like he's about to tear his groin. His kicks are brutal, though. That's the best part of his game. Those kicks to the midsection are very underrated. And that's why I had him edging the Strickland fight. I just thought when they landed with some FUD. Yuri is in my top 5 for sure. I can watch Yuri fight all day. Like, Yuri's, if you want to have some fun watching highlights here, look at Yuri's highlight reel from Ryzen. He was absolutely destroying people. Like, when Yuri knocks you out, he changes your life. I mean, look what he did to Dominic Reyes. That was the beginning of the end for old Dominic. Like when Yuri has some of the most nasty KOs. He's got the nastiest KO highlight reel of all time, in my opinion, for what he did at Ryzen. He was fucking dudes up. I like DDP, the African Giant versus Adesanya, because of the non-fight implications. Framing DDP as pro Rhodesia, pro apartheid is cool. I guess that's a take. I don't think there was anything that Dricker said that was even remotely racist. Yeah, Reyes' knockout was so brutal. It was horrible. Horrible. And it's when you get caught with something spinning as well, it's just that much worse. And the thing is, Yuri's done that so many times. He's done that so many times to people. That was coming. Absolutely broke his jaw. Horrible. Reyes wasn't the same after that. Mm. Yeah, if you get caught with a knee to the face, that's a game changer as well. Knees to the face or chin are horribly brutal. Horribly brutal. Because the power getting hit with a knee or a kick is way different than getting punched or elbowed in the face. It just is. It can generate way more power. They're just harder to land. Unless you're Cheeto. Yeah, Cheeto for me is like, again, that's GOAT level chin. I've seen that land. You're both you both literally, that was a jinx moment. Dricker said he hates Afro beats and only like the worst EDM. I'll count that as racism. I bet DDP isn't racist whatsoever, but it's fun to lie. It can be fun to lie. It can be fun to lie. I don't think Drickus is the slightest bit racist. I think he's gay, but I don't think he's racist. But Drickus's wife is hot. Vittori's got the GOAT level chin as well. Vittori's just, again, he's just a meathead as well. I don't think the thing is with Vittori's chin. I reckon he lays in bed like a week later and then he gets knocked out. I reckon his brain is just really slow to react. And I love Vittori. Vittori's another guilty pleasure of mine. I enjoy him. Cheeto is huge for bantamweight. He's massive. I think he's gonna be what's his face? Fucking hell, I'm losing my brain cells right now. Figueiredo. I think he's gonna fuck him up. That's my take, and I'm sticking to it. I mean, he's gonna fuck him up. Yeah, Vittori's chin. I mean, there are Vittori and Cheeto are definitely up there in terms of GOAT chins. Yeah, Figgy. Vittori Costa was beautiful. I loved everything about that fight. The build up was so fun as well. Like when they did that interview where Vittori's was like, "How much do you weigh?" and he was like, and then he just went. They were just going back and forth with each other. I enjoyed that whole build up. Vittori has underrated mic skills. Like I enjoy him. I enjoy his personality. Yeah, Dricus Duplessis' wife she is hot as fuck. We're gonna talk about that. So we touched upon it a little while ago when we had who has the hottest wife girlfriend in MMA, and Dricus Duplessis' missus did not come up. She is fucking hot, bro. Let me see if I can. Do you know what? I might just try and put her up while we're at it. Vittori is surprisingly clever. He is. He's not as dumb as people think. Yeah, I bet Ilya's got a hot wife as well. Let me see Dricus Duplessis girlfriend. I'm not gonna look up her. Yeah, she's fucking. She's fucking hot, bro. Let's have a look. Images. I mean, yeah, this. I mean, if you don't find this woman hot, there's something wrong with you. Hang on. There we are. Yeah, she's hot as fuck, bro. I'm not sure she's necessarily my type. I mean, obviously I would, because who wouldn't? But yeah, she's hot, man. You can't say she's not hot. That's ridiculous. I'd say she's up there. Yeah, no question. We need a stud lesbo fighter who has a hot wife. She looks young as fuck. Yeah, she does look a bit young. I'm kind of regretting those comments now. Hang on a second. Let me go back down. Mackenzie Dunn's husband is handsome. Tapuria's wife is a smoke show. Let's have a look at Tapuria's wife. See, the thing is, he's Spanish, yes. If well, he's not really Spanish, but like he speaks Spanish. Tapuria, is he married or is it a girlfriend? Yeah, she's all right. She's all right. I would say Drickus his wife. I'd prefer Drickus his wife to be honest, but or Drickus his girlfriend. Let's have some parity here and get Ilias up. She's nice. She's definitely nice. I mean, there's no question of that. She's pretty hot. Yeah, I agree. Is DDP? I don't really think DDP's gay. It's part of the culture. Like I said, I worked with a lot of South African dudes, and they're just on that friendly shit. There's a lot of whenever I would go to barbecues and shit with South Africans, they were always making excuses to get their dicks out. Like it was a regular part of the event. It's just the way they are. They're just very like handsy, and it just seems normal in their culture. It's like it just is what it is. They're all like that. Show DDP's boyfriend gotta be equal. Do you know what? I'm gonna type in DDP's boyfriend to see if anything comes up. Dricus du Plessis boyfriend. It's going to be Cameron Simon, isn't it? Yep, there it is. There it is. You knew there was going to be some. There he is. Yeah. To be honest, he's a 5. He's a 5. You guys can be the judge, but this is a 5 to me. There he is. For sure. Sorry to say. It's very evident who's pitching in that relationship. This guy looks like Andy Serkis. 100%. That's a conversation for another day. What about Evangelista Santos' wife? Some of these dykes have really nice. Yeah, they got some. I like the feminine ones. Yeah, still that win with a kiss. Yeah. The fact that they did it publicly just shows that they don't give a fuck, though. It's just part of what they do. It's a bit odd. I'm not gonna lie, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna judge. For me, the Adesanya dog wanking thing is way worse. It's miles worse. Cyborg and Cyborg aren't married anymore. That's a gay relationship, though. Like, imagine fucking Chris Cyborg. Ugh. Like, I would like. There have been stages in my life where I would fuck almost anything. I wouldn't go near Chris Cyborg. I wouldn't go near Chris Cyborg. The jokes don't hit. Yeah, I wouldn't go with Cyborg. Hell no. There's loads of MMA women's fighters that I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot barge pole. It's too many. Like we had a lot of people on here saying Paige Van Zandt is hot. Like, and I would tap that, but like I wouldn't go out of my way. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't think she's all that. And I'm sticking to that. We've had this is a thing that regularly comes up on his channel, and it's like the same with Valentina Shevchenko. I wouldn't go near her. I'd genuinely be scared. You know she's into like some dominatrix shit. I'd jump over the moon. Paige used to be hotter. Yeah, she was when she was like a straw weight. She was all right, but now she looks like clapped out. She looks like she's just been. Yeah, Macy Barber, you're never gonna get me on that one. Macy Barber is horrendous. You're never gonna convert me on that one. I don't think Macy Barber's hot whatsoever. The thing is, yeah, I know many girls that I went to high school with that she's just a typical just standard chick. Like, is Paige's OnlyFans worth it? I have no idea. Somebody in here definitely knows. I know somebody's up in Paige Van Zant's OnlyFans, 100%. There's no way. Personally, I don't think it's I'm not really an OnlyFans guy. If I was, I would say so. That's another conversation we're gonna have one day. Like favorite go-to porn. Like what do you type into what do you type in when you're looking for what's your porn fetish or your porn fix? No, I don't have it, but ITP did a review. I need to check that out. I'm never gonna watch it. That's a sick video to make. Like judging OnlyFans accounts. I remember Jessica Andrade had a OnlyFans, and while I didn't go onto it, I did see a couple of images on it. I'm a big fan of the step family genre. Yeah. Yeah, that's a popular one. The only nudies I've ever looked up was Nina Danielle, and I respect you for it, sir. Because while I've had some very negative things to say about her, she is fucking hot. Not so much anymore. She's fallen off a little bit, and she comes across as a little bit desperate. And after I saw that video of the Sewer King did on her with Sean Strickland, for some reason it just lowered my. She seemed less hot to me after that. I don't know why. It had the desired effect. Yeah, it's a series. But quit porn cold turkey. I've never really been much of a porn guy, to be honest. Not since I was like a teenager. I hate Nina's videos. That shit is stupid. It's ghetto. I have seen her Playboy pictures. To be fair, I mean, everyone looks good in Playboy photos, but she is hot. Damn, you've seen Sewer King. Sewer King is the guy. He was another guy that I got recommended to very early. And I used to do back and forth with him quite a lot. Like, Sewer King's funny as fuck, man. He's got way too big to respond to me now. Like, he used to respond to every chat I would do, and now he just, or every comment I would do, and now he's just too big. Yeah, Nina's hot as fuck. For some reason though, yeah, I prefer what's her face? Oh, what's her name again? The one that she's always beefing with. The Asian girl. Can't remember her name. Fuck, what's her name again? There's something about that dopey sound in her voice that just does it for me. I don't know what it is. I reckon she'd be a freak as well. You know that her and the schmo are probably getting down with the get down. 100%. I've forgotten what her name is, which probably isn't a good sign. But I probably prefer her. I don't know what it is. There's something about her that just floats my boat. It's just how it is. I like Tapuria whole package. It comes across as chess. He's highbrow, and Helen Yee, that's the one. His design is clownish. Did you see Tapuria's post basically where he was thanking himself for all he's achieved? That was quite funny. That was quite funny. I enjoyed that shit. That is so quintessential Tapuria. He just went onto this long Twitter tirade about I'm thanking myself for the motivation I've given myself, and it was quite funny. The first time I saw him, I thought this guy's cringe, but now I think he's funny. You mean the schmo? The Sewer King. Sorry, yeah. The Sewer King's funny. The way that the Sewer King, everything down to his outfit and the way he crosses things off as he's going along is just so brilliantly contrived. I love it. I love it. Sewer King is the guy. If you're not subscribed to Sewer King, get the fuck over there. He is wildly entertaining. He looks about 125 pounds soaking wet, and he embraces it. I love the Sewer King. I don't watch everything that he does now, but I try to watch him when I have time. He's hilarious. Everything down to like the bandana and the mustache and the Randy Macho Man glasses. He gets it. He gets how to work YouTube. Tapuria is him, man. Take it easy, Mike. You have a good one. Thanks for turning up. We've got to sort this notification out, man, because I need you up in here. You're the OG of OGs in this channel. Tapura is well designed. Sharp suits come out onto the field of soccer games. Sean O'Malley looks like he's crawled out from underneath a truck. Yet Sean O'Malley has that like curbside hooker look. It's working for him. Fair play to him. Like he's got a lot of, he's out there, but that's not the look I would be going for. It just has that clown vibe to it. But yeah, in terms of like fashionable in the UFC, I'd say Tapura is up there in terms of what do they call it? I don't even know how to describe it. Yeah, he's got a good fashion sense. Yeah, I don't know. Hit you up if you don't see me for a while when you're on. I'll do that. I need to remember to DM you on Twitter before I go on, because most of the time, because my Twitter's connected to this now, it just jumps up in my live feed anyway. So I need to I definitely need to hit you up. Mike is the OG. Pretty sure. No, Mike used to. No, the thing is, yeah, Mike's the OG in the sense of like he used to comment on my videos early on. So I literally got like 3 or 4 months into doing like videos on here, and the view count was spotty at best. It was crazy. I'd have some videos that would do like 500, and then I'd have a video the following week that would do like 20, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And then Mikey was the person who started really like dropping comments and having back and forth with me in the chat or in the comment section. So that was really helpful. But you were one of the original OGs in terms of live chatting, and you're somebody who got traffic coming to this channel. So I'll be eternally grateful for that. It's why I let you have 2 or 3 insults for free before I start calling you a cunt. You have that privilege. You get to insult me 2 or 3 times a day before I fire back or clap back, because you've earned that right. Superior is doing what Luke Rockhold was doing. The partnerships they have is A+. They make the UFC look like Formula One. Fair play. Fair play. Luke Rockhold's just, I think ITP described him as having onset adult autism, because I think he made a good point when he said that guy was way more well-spoken when he was in his early Strikeforce days. I think he just probably got so much pussy that he just felt like he didn't really need to work on the game anymore. That's just how I feel about it. No, but Weston, you are a valuable member. You know that. You know that for sure. Is there anything else? Has there been any announcements or anything whatsoever? Because so far, like, Twitter's looking dead. I don't think anything's come about yet. I've obviously got fucking Jake Paul talking shit. I can't stand that little prick. Garrett Armfield's having a minor Twitter meltdown. I think that loss is he's slowly coming to terms with that loss. Antonio Tricoli versus Robocop. Who really cares about that? Dana White said the Korean zombie just launched his own MMA promotion. I think that could do quite well. MMA is very, very popular in Korea. Live from a Korea university from Seoul. I know you're probably talking bullshit, but like he could do quite well. Someone wants to be as popular as it seems to me like, I think after the week we had last week in MMA, there was bound to be a little bit of a trail off, because it was like we got every bit of drama we needed in one evening. Yeah, TKZ is massive in Korea. Like he's a mainstream. Even people that don't really give a fuck about MMA, they know about TKZ. He's known. So yeah, it seems to be there's nothing really new popping up, to be fair. A lot of people are kind of trying to matchmake Hamzat Chimaev. I think the Hamzat Chimaev one's a no-brainer. I talked about this in your stream making a walk earlier on. I think like they just need to do him. They just need to. Oh, I saw people talking about it as well, and I agreed with it. Just do Paulo Costa. You think Ikram is ready to fight in a 5 rounder versus Whitaker? Is it? I think it's. I don't think he's ever going to be ready for it. Jax, don't you agree that TKZ's retirement was the best way to go out? It was the one thing I didn't see live. I had to go back and watch it because I was in. I've mentioned this in the chat before. I was actually in London watching my sister have her first amateur kickboxing fight, so I couldn't watch it live. So I didn't get the same impact of it of watching it live, but it did look like a great standout. I don't think Ikram is ready to. I think this is way too big of a step up for Ikram. I don't think Ikram's that good. And I don't think I mean I know he bonged out Phil Hawes quite recently, but he really looked sloppy doing it. So I'm not too keen on it, to be honest. Man, Kenny Okoye talking absolute bullshit again. This guy is becoming insufferable to me on Twitter. I don't know if you guys know who he is. Kenny Okoye. He's got a YouTube channel that's slowly growing pretty fast as well. Or slowly growing quite well. Can't stand that guy on Twitter. Like his takes are awful. He's trying to bait Lucas Tracy into getting him on. I got a bad feeling that if Ikram beats Rob, he's going to have to catch him with something in the first round. That's the only way he's winning. Because if it's another one, Kenny Oki to go. He has the worst takes. Like he's literally the most biased guy. The thing is, yeah, he's one of those guys. You know how you get those guys on Twitter, yeah, who literally say dumb stuff, yeah, just to get like interactions. He genuinely believes these things, which is what makes it more annoying. And if anyone's Nigerian or it's Islam, he's just straight up their assholes. Like it's infuriating. Whitaker will be ahead in the striking, but Ikram will get in the clinch and the fight will change. That's not a bad. By the way, welcome to the chat, Jay Z Way. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah, the average Nigerian MMA fan, he's just so biased, and it's illogical. Like he's the kind of guy like he's riding on Izzy's win over Pereira, like he got the last laugh. It's like, nah, bro, you lost to the dude 3 times. Shut the fuck up. I don't disagree with you, Jay Z. Way it is possible it could go that way, but I kind of see it more the other way around. I think that Ikram's going to have a hell of a first round, and people are going to be thinking, "Oh fuck," and then in the second round, he's just going to taper off massively, and Whitaker's going to take over. I can see Whitaker finishing him in the third or fourth round, or beating the shit out of him for the remainder of the fight. Because Ikram is reasonably tough. I don't see Ikram winning that fight. If he does, it's got to be, like I said, catching Whitaker with something silly in the first round. But the thing is, yeah, the way that Whitaker got touched by DDP does make me worry, because he got very badly hurt in that fight and he never recovered. So I don't know. It's not completely out of the realms of possibility for Ikram to win, but more off. Do you think Ikram should get a title shot if he beats Robert? Well, I don't think he should, and he might. He might end up skipping the queue. Don't forget DDP took down Whitaker in the first round in the clinch. DDP though, I think, is a different kind of DDP beats almost everyone at middleweight because of his type of style. I just think DDP's particular style is horrible for Adesanya. I think DDP's style in particular is tailor made for somebody like Adesanya, who waits for people to come in off balance and then chins him. Like I said, he's done it to Costa, he did it to Whitaker, he did it to Gastelum. He needs you to make a mistake to chin you out. And Dricus makes plenty of mistakes technically moving forward. So I think it's the perfect fight for Izzy. I think Izzy's going to do very similar to Dricus, the same thing that he did to Whitaker in their first fight, and the same thing he did to Costa in their fight. I see a second round KO, and I'm going to be very sad to see it. Aliskarov wins. How he wins is impressive, regardless of the opposition. I disagree. I don't think he's fought anybody notable. Like, who has Ikram fought? Really? Whitaker is, people can say what they want about Whitaker, but Whitaker is the guy, man. He's been in there with everyone. And it's not a guarantee that he wins in the clinch. I agree with that. But no, I agree with you, Jay-Z Way. I don't think Ikram. The thing is that if Ikram bongs him out in the first round, he's probably going to get a title fight. If he smashes Whitaker out impressively, he's going to vault ahead of everyone because they're looking for fresh matchups. The thing is, though, middleweight's kind of set because if Izzy beats Strickus like I expect, they're going to do Izzy and Sean Strickland at the end of the year, and that holds up everyone up. But it kind of resets the division a little bit as well because they're not going to give Drickus an immediate rematch. No chance. So I don't know, man. Beans on toast or sausage roll? Sausage roll. I'm a sausage roll guy. I had one today, actually. I had a Greg's sausage roll today. I'm not even going to lie. I did. It was cold as fuck, though. Tasted like it was like biting a brick. Yeah. Beans on toast is fine. I haven't had beans on toast since I was like 12. But I get why people like it, though. If Aliskarov bombs out Whitaker, he faces him. No, I think he'd be above. I think he'd jump over. I think he'd jump over him as well. I think he would. The thing is with him is they're gonna make him rematch Jared Cannonier probably. Hamzat was the only guy that could have jumped Strickland for a title shot. I agree with that as well. The Hamzat nut riding, and the thing is, Hamzat's now got to go down the chain. If he does come back, they got to do him against Paulo Costa, and I guarantee you, if he beats Costa, he somehow gets a title shot as well. It's all fucked up, man. Middleweight's a mess. I'd be surprised if Rob beats Ikram. What makes you say? What have you seen from Ikram that makes you so certain that he's ready for somebody at Rob's level? I'm not even saying that you're going to be wrong, because Ikram could beat him, but we haven't seen anything from him yet to think that he can make that jump. Being booked to fight in the US last week in a 3-rounder before switching to Whitaker is not ideal for Ikram. Definitely, and the thing is that he was probably in the middle of a weight cut as well. He was probably right in the middle of it, so that's not ideal at all. And I just think Whitaker's better. Ikram looks sloppy to me. Let's see if we can find one good name on Ikram's record to suggest that he can get this done. Ikram Aliskarov. Okay. Let's have a quick gander at this record, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, we did this yesterday, didn't we? But it's just we'll do it again. So, I mean, look at the record. I mean, who the fuck are these guys? It took him to the 3rd round to get rid of Dennis Chilulin. Diego Gonzalez at Brave. I mean, Brave's decent. Miro Jurkovic is actually not bad. Borrell is fine. Felipe de Souza beat him in the Contender Series. I mean, he starched him out. That was decent. And then he's beat Phil Hawes and Warley Alvarez, and now he's going to get in there with Robert fucking Whitaker. Nah, I'm not convinced, man. I'm not convinced. No, but the way he finishes is really sloppy. I mean, look at the way he beat Phil Hawes. Look at the way he beat Phil Hawes. It wasn't that impressive to me. I'm dropping off to feed my kids. They have an annoying need to eat every day. Hit me up later, bro. I will do. Yeah, holler at me on WhatsApp. We've got to have a little conversation about the live stream tomorrow. So make it over to Making a Walk MMA. We're going to be doing a Frankie and Jax live stream. Look at Hamzat. Who did he fight? It's the way he beats folks. But again, that's the point, though. Look at the Hamzat is an exact example of what I'm saying. The only good people that Hamzat has fought are Burns, that gave him all he could handle, and Usman, who he arguably drew or lost to. Is exactly my point. That is exactly my point. Sorry, I left to go watch how Sean Strickland pulled off the biggest fluke in MMA. Just a reminder to anyone in here, Paradox the Chad has a YouTube channel as well. I'll just quickly stick it up again. So jump over there and subscribe to Paradox the Chad. He's about to take over the game. And Paradox to chat. Paradox. Are you on Are you on Twitter? Are you on Twitter? Because if you are, hit me up. We will definitely do something. We'll do like a phone in sometime. Because you sound like you've got the balls to go on camera. Ikram has done exactly what he's supposed to do in the UFC. The Dagestani guys don't fight big names early. Fighters know it's higher risk, low reward when they aren't ranked. I agree with you to that extent. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not against the prospect of Ikram winning the fight. I'm just saying, what have we seen from him to suggest that he will? He was very, very sloppy against Phil Hawes. He kind of just like it was a sloppy way to get that win. I know it was. Yeah, Twitter's shitty, but it's a good way to communicate with people. I've found. And it's also really good if you end up getting a decent following on Twitter, which I've managed to amass over the years or over the last year by talking mad shit. You get obviously more people jumping in. Like I've got 32 people in here now, and most of them are from Twitter. Because I've only got what 10 or 11 in here from YouTube now. It's kind of whittled down a little bit. Stop using your brain. But I don't know, man. You just kind of you have to until they give you a reason not to. You just have to. I haven't seen anything from Ikram yet, like to suggest that he's going to beat somebody like Whitaker. And again, I could be wrong. If Whitaker, nice one, Jay Z way, appreciate it. And again, if you're looking to do the same thing, brother, if you're looking to get, I'm down for anyone who wants to get on camera. I know I keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it until someone takes me up on the offer. I'm going to do something with Rambling Dad, and I'm going to do something with Brutally Honest MMA 100%. I know those guys are down for it. GM3 would have given Hamzat a good fight if he didn't get KO'd instantly. He was shitting his pants. I think that Hamzat just had that aura for a while. But Burns just took that away. Burns removed that. I don't care what anyone says. I think he lost to Usman. At best, it was a draw. He was terrible in that fight. He literally was out on his feet after 4 minutes. There's something wrong with Hamzat's physiological makeup where he doesn't have cardio. And I'm sure it has a lot to do with the way he fights, but again, that just makes you dumb to me. No, I've picked so many upsets on how my balls feel. No thinking. To be fair, it probably is the right way to think about it. I think it was a draw as well. I think a draw is more fair. I say that he lost because I'm kind of the reason why I say that he lost, Jay, is because I don't really feel like it was a 10-8 round. I don't really feel it was a 10-8 round at all. That I think giving him a 10-8 round unanimously was generous because he didn't land that much damage. I think the only reason why you can make a case for it is because Usman obviously didn't give that much back. But we've seen fights where, I mean, we had a fight over the weekend where, what was that fight where, shit, let me pull it up. And this is where the inconsistency comes in. So it was when, I think it was on the preliminary card. Hang on. I've accidentally clicked on it twice. No, it wasn't. It was on the main card. I'm talking bullshit again. It was Timothy Kwamba and Lucas Almeida. Like, Lucas Almeida dropped Kwamba twice in the first round, nearly had him out of there, and didn't get a 10-8. It's just the inconsistency to me. But because Hamzat's Hamzat, he gets unanimously given a 10-8 in the first round. I don't agree with that. And that's what I'm saying. He's incapable of good cardio. He just doesn't he's just not that guy. The way that he fights doesn't help. He's basically all energy straight away. Like, you know, he's all those powerful takedowns. They're gonna gas you out. I don't think Hamzat gassed. I think it was the broken hand that made him slow down. I gave him the first round 10-8. Round 2 and 3 were so close it could have gone either way. They were close, but I feel like based on what we saw, Usman stuffed every takedown and landed more. That's it. It may have been like 4 or 5 strikes, but he landed way harder and landed a bit more frequently. There's no way in my mind that you can give Hamzat either round 2 or 3. How that got given a win for Hamzat is a disgrace. At best for Hamzat, it was a draw. at best. And I think that's generous, whatever way you look at it. Because I personally didn't see that first round as a 10-8. I get why it was given, but we've seen way more dominant rounds not given. All I'm saying is be consistent. And that's one thing we're never going to get in MMA. We're never going to get that consistency. And I know Coimba offered a little bit of offense in the first round, but he got dropped twice. He was nearly cooked twice. I know he fired back a little bit. How you doing, Mo? You're definitely high. You're talking that shit. Hamzat is not the guy. The thing is, no, you're right. No, but it does in that situation. A 10-8 is when obviously somebody that gives nothing back. But I think if you I know it's sarcasm. I think if you get dropped badly twice, that should be a 10-8. And it's not like he offered a lot back. He didn't. Which was the worst robbery? Yan O'Malley, Hamzat Usman all day long. Hamzat and Usman all day long. I thought Yan won that fight 2-1. But it was a war. There was a lot of back and forth. I thought O'Malley had lost a decision. Personally, but I didn't think it was a horrendous robbery. I thought it was just here's the thing, yeah. Here's how I rank things, yeah. It can be like, so I would have Drickus and Sean, where it's like, you can clearly make a case where either of those guys won. More people think that Sean won, I get that. But you can't even say it's a bad decision. Then you get like bad decisions, which is like, Yan and Sean O'Malley was a blatant example of that. It wasn't a robbery, in my opinion. It was just a bad decision. And I think there is a distinction between the two. I think you can have a bad decision that's not a robbery. And then you have a robbery, which is like Kai Kara France and Albazi, or Qatar versus Emmett, where the guys won 4 rounds to 1 very, very clearly, and yet somehow loses the fight. Like in a way, pure what was it? Sandhagen versus what's his face? Damn, my brain's not working. When Corey Sandhagen got that split decision, fucking what's his name? I can't believe it. It's an obvious guy. When he got that split decision in that fight recently, that was a robbery, even though he won. It wasn't TJ. It was fucking Marlon Vera. Sorry, Marlon Vera. Even though he won the fight, two scorecards to 1, that was a robbery. Paddy Gordon was a robbery. I would have Jones and Reyes kind of falls into the bad decision for me. But I can see why people would see that as a robbery. That for me falls under bad decision as well. Because Reyes won that fight. But if you look, I've looked back on it, and you can see a case for Jones maybe edging the 3rd round. Because that's when the tide started to turn. Like Reyes clearly won rounds 1 and 2 from what I remember. Or it might have been 1 and 3. And then there was a round in one of those first 3 that you can argue that Jones did more damage. It was a robbery to give Cheeto a round. That's what I'm saying. And someone gave him the fight. It can be a robbery. I've seen robberies for the person still winning. And Cheeto Vera and Corey Sandhagen was one of those examples. It just was. Anyone seeing that fight for Vera is that's the fact that it goes down as a split decision when Corey Sandhagen dominated him for 5 rounds is insane. That's a robbery. So like I said, there's different robberies. There's close ones where it can go either way. There's bad decisions, and then there's robberies. That might be a game that I might play on like a... I'm actually going to write that one down. Thank you for developing this idea in my mind. We might do that as a live stream one day where we're just going to pick out fights that have been seen as robberies and decide if it's like close fight, bad decision, or outright robbery. I'm going to stick that on there. Bad decision, robbery. I'm going to do that for the next live stream. So then what you guys can maybe do is like, we can have some suggestions for robberies and you can decide where they rank. That can be something we can do for a live stream. I might do that one on Thursday. Sorry, I might have missed a few there. Sorry, I have to go way down because this chat is fucked. Hamzat wasn't just controlling; he tried to submit Usman several times. I don't care though. Usman was defending really well. I don't feel like Usman was in any major danger in that first round, or it didn't feel that way to me. It didn't warrant a 10-8 for me, but I can see why people thought it did. Usman was unable to offer offense during that control time. He was hitting him. He was touching him. It wasn't completely one-sided, is what I'm saying. TJ and Corey was an example for me of a bad decision. And I bet thing is that I bet on TJ that night, but again, it was a case of I thought I stole one. I felt like I stole one there. Paddy Gordon was a bad robbery. I think round 3 was Jones, but I still give again. You can give that. I think Reyes won that round, but the reason why I'm saying it's not an outright robbery is because you can kind of see a case for Jones getting that round. It's not ridiculous. Do you know what I'm saying? And then Jones clearly won rounds 4 and 5. So it's like it's a bad decision more than a robbery. And I think what added to the occasion that a lot of people don't say as well, because people expected John Jones to fuck Reyes up. They thought it was going to be an easy night at the office. That added to the fact that people were kind of underscoring what Jones was doing in that fight as well. And I don't think a lot of people make that case. Just about straightened out your shoulders, made my spine feel better. Having the microphone in the middle is definitely helping with that a little bit. Izzy versus Whitaker 2 was a robbery. Again, I thought Whitaker won that fight. I would stick that into the bad decision category personally, because there was a swing round where I thought Whitaker clearly won 2. The thing is, that the trouble with that fight, and the reason why it comes across as a robbery is because the rounds that Whitaker won were more clear to me. Because when the rounds that Izzy won, he was basically just tapping at the leg and doing that bullshit, which isn't very clear. It's a win for the round, but it's not, like it's not a dominant way to win a round. So I get that. And that's why it seemed a bit more clear to me. But I would have that under bad decision. That's another one where I'm like, Whitaker won, but it wasn't like, oh my God, fucking robbery. Just a bad decision. That's what I would put it down to. Yeah, trying to submit means nothing to me, especially as Usman looked calm in that situation. He wasn't getting his face beaten. He looked calm, in control of the situation, like he was just waiting for the round to end and then we reset. I didn't feel like he was in like immediate danger to get choked out or anything. And Usman's got no neck. So Izzy won 1 via knockdown and 3 via body kick, pretty much all he did. And that's the thing. That's what Izzy does. And that's why, again, Izzy was way more exciting when he was doing kickboxing. He was way more exciting then. Because he had the advantage on those guys when it was just pure, because he didn't have to worry about takedowns and he could just style out a little bit. He was far more exciting when he was kickboxing by a long way. But yeah, the submission for me, unless you've got under the neck and the guy somehow survives it, so he gets to the end of the round or whatever, just about or chads it out, you can make a case for that. But you trying to do submissions and nothing's coming off doesn't do shit for me. And Usman was, he was punching to the back. I don't know, man. I don't like that 10-8. I didn't like it. And the fact that that's what won him the fight is what bothers me. That's why I have more of a problem with it. I've seen people get I think that, like I said, that fight that I mentioned with Timmy Kawamba, that was a way more clear 10-8 to me. And Timothy Kawamba basically had 30 seconds at the end where he got on top of him. And the fight ended up being 29-28 unanimous. I feel like there has to be damage for a 10-8. For me, it has to be significant damage, and then it has to be your opponent doesn't give you anything back, or that the fight is basically almost finished. Is your camera flipped? You look like you're gangster dealing to the right, but you're leaning left. I am leaning left. It's my left shoulder that's leaning. So my camera is mirrored. Because I look even uglier in the mirror, so there's no way I'm not mirroring myself. Fuck that. But like I said, if any of you are here, I'm sorry to remind you, I'm really trying to push the subscriber count up. I'm sitting at 753 now, which is pretty great. I never thought I'd get to that level, but if you're not subscribed, would really appreciate if you would do so. Jay-Z, I'm definitely I'm gonna look out for that Twitter one. I'm gonna definitely add you. Hang on a second. I think you've let me see if you've popped up. I haven't seen you on Twitter yet. To be honest, it's weird, yeah. This is gonna sound like a strange thing, yeah. Like I've actually got some impersonators on Twitter, if you can believe it. There are actually 2 fake accounts of me on Twitter, which is wild. I don't want to monetize because once you do, oh, there you are, Jay-Z. Wait, top man. Is that you in the fucking profile photo? Damn, G. Damn. I better not talk too much shit in your direction. Yeah, yeah, the reason I don't monetize is because I don't want adverts in my video. I don't want those stupid advert roles. I don't want to be that guy. Do you know what? If I'll wait for him to yeah, Jay-Z, if you wanna be exposed on camera, that I'll leave that as your call. Dude looks like a yeah, not one to fuck with. I'll put it that way. Yeah, like I said, bro, if you ever want to jump on camera, you're more than welcome. I'll keep saying it until somebody takes me up on it. I'm gonna keep saying that. Hamza is a Swedish sleeper cell. Hamza needs to find a way to get himself back into the US, bro, and to stop eating dodgy chicken. Who does Jay? Do you know? I'll be honest, Jay-Z. I hope this doesn't offend you. When I first saw your photo, the first thing that jumped to mind was Kevin Garnett. Maybe you've heard that before. I'm going Kevin Garnett. Bad MMA Math thinks Jay-Z is handsome, bro. I'm very comfortable with my sexuality. There's nothing wrong with finding other dudes handsome. Can you imagine? Yeah, he must be being around Kadyrov must be a very scary proposition. Because I imagine that dude is unpredictable. He strikes me as the kind of guy, you know, that dude from Lord of War, the dictator in Lord of War, who just brings in like he sees like a god flirting with one of his women and then just randomly shoots him in the head. Kadyrov strikes me as that kind of guy, where he'll just suddenly flip out and just shoot someone on sight, and everyone's just uncomfortable. Apparently, you don't turn down Kadyrov if he summons you. That doesn't sound like a good career move, to be honest. Wasn't there a time in Hamzat's life when he wasn't welcome in, where he wasn't welcome in that part of the world? Uday Hussein kind of vibes. Yeah, Uday Hussein had a definite psychopath vibe to him. Like people can say what they want about Saddam, but he was more of a controlled psychopath. He was more of a like, you know, like I don't know, like a how do I put it? He was a thoughtful maniac. Like there was like some intelligence behind it. Dagestan has a dictator. Fully, of course he is. But Uday Hussein was like he looked like a genuine. He Uday Chechnya. That's the one. Uday Hussein comes across as the son from the guy in Lord of War. That wild, what's his name, Andre or something. The guy who's riding around like shooting things, like shooting down villages and shit, like trying his guns out. Uday comes across as that kind of guy. Uday was a complete psychopath. His favorite South Korea, bro. Imagine you've just got married, and fucking Uday fucking turns up at your wedding and just starts rooting out your wife. Oh man, I fully believe that. He again, I don't know if that's confirmed or true or not, but you just have to look at that guy. That seems very likely to me. I would like Benil Dariush if he was pro-Iranian, Iron Sheik style. Yeah, Dariush being Christian is an interesting one, and he's deeply Christian as well. I mean, I remember. I don't know about you guys, but I remember when he came out and he was like, "My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ." I was like, "What?" Like, I was a bit confused by that. I really was. But it just teaches you a valuable lesson. Don't judge a book by its cover. Like, I just assumed he was like Muslim. No, sir, he is not. Just Google Uday Hussein stories. His former bodyguard spoke about it, and they made a movie on how evil he was. Thing is, I have heard some things. I didn't hear about the rape thing, but I know he was. I know he was a murderer, and I know he was. I know he was one of the more extreme. He was one of the more extreme in Saddam's entourage, if you can call it that. Need Izzy to act like Idi Amin in The Warlord. The Warlord was a decent movie as well, but The Warlord to me was more like a. No, it wasn't The Warlord. It was Money. No, what was the one with that dude from um oh man, I'm all over the place right now. No, Lord of War was the one. That's how I see the whole like Hussein regime, Lord of War esque. When the first Iraqi football team failed to qualify for one of the tournaments, he made them all live on a farm like farm animals, like 6 months to kick a stone football. Wow, that's harsh. I know the Colombian. And I remember the first big scandal that came out of that in football was like there was a Colombian drug lord, yeah, that had money on a game for them in the World Cup, and some dude missed a penalty that knocked them out. Got killed a week later. Yeah, Uday Hussein has Ramsey Bolton vibes. That's a good description of it. He just looks like a fucking menace, like a top level menace. Like, and I mean not in a funny way. Yeah, Colombian got murdered by the cartel in the '94 World Cup for missing a penalty. I don't know if it was a week later, but it was short after he got assassinated in his car. I think he got like shot to death over a football game. I don't know what the point of that is. It's not gonna like all it's gonna do is make your fellow countrymen shit themselves whenever they're playing now. Oh, he scored an own goal. Was that it? Still though, man. Still though. It's harsh getting gunned down for that shit. Obin St. Preux is a good Haitian standout. Would like to see more smaller countries represented, like Frank Camacho from the Pacific Islands. Yeah, there's some like really good fighters in the they just don't get the opportunity. You know, I'd imagine that's where you'd find people that are a bit more like savage, and I don't mean that in a racist way. And I don't mean savage in that way. I just mean that like they've been through the grinder a bit more. I think when you've come from like those kind of backgrounds, you're more hard boiled. You know what I'm saying? Does Pav starch Volkov? I've got Volkov in that fight, but I'm nervous. I think Volkov's just better. And Jay Z is probably the same way that I probably see that you see it going. I think either Pavlovich is going to knock him out in a minute, or he's going to get knackered and then get beaten up. There was someone in here yesterday who was like, they were talking about the sub prop on Volkov, which I think is not a bad one. It's like plus 1400 or something. If he can get out of that first 2.5 minutes, I think he's going to coast because Volkov's actually good. Didn't Volkov say he lost every sparring round against Pavlov? I mean, can you blame him? But I mean, I don't know, man. He could just be gassing him up. We've seen that story happen so many times. I mean, Garbrandt was cocky that he used to beat the fuck out of TJ in every sparring round, or so he says. And look how that went. I wouldn't read too much into that. Sparring's different. They were sparring, bro. There's photos of them out there now on Instagram and whatnot of them meeting up at the airport and going to the hotel together. They're friends. It's not even that just that they're sparring partners. They're mates. But that just makes them more Chad to me. They're like, fuck it, man. Let's just throw down together and make some money. I respect that even more. Volkov head kick KO wouldn't surprise me. Pavlovich has shown he's a little bit chinny, and he's liable to getting taken down as well. They're boys. It's weird. Anyone gonna watch the fight on Tough in a little bit? Who's fighting? I know that Antoine's boy is on there, so I might give. I haven't watched Tough in years, but I'm gonna try and tune into this one, even though it's ridiculous. So like why they would pick fucking Shevchenko and Grasso to, I don't get it. And then you've got them training like, what is it, middleweights and bantamweights or whatever. It makes no fucking sense to me. It makes no sense to me. And Valentina's first piece of advice being, yeah, don't drink water during sparring. It's like, I don't think that's a very smart thing to advise people to do personally. But whatever. True. Apparently, Mike Parr was a machine in sparring back in the day and destroyed everybody in the gym, but never really achieved it in the cage. It's a different thing. The first two fights on Tough have been good so far. I might check them out then. Thing is, whenever I do watch Tough, I just skip to the end and wait for the fight. I'm notoriously good at picks. Volkov round 2 TKO. That's what I'm saying. I think if he gets, I'm gonna be basically sweating. I'm not gonna bet on the thing is, I am actually tempted to bet on the fight because you can get Volkov now at like plus 250 or something like that. Those are good odds. I think that should be a coin flip, or maybe Pavlovich should be the slight favorite. I don't think Volkov should be plus 250. That's mental to me. And I guarantee you, yeah, if he gets over that 250 mark or that 230 mark, those odds are going to tumble. But the question is, does he get there? It's one thing somebody getting the better of you in sparring, but can he, Volkov's obviously going to be very wary of getting chinned in that first 2.5 minutes. And I think he gets past it. I really, really do. But it's risky. I wasn't going to bet on it, but now that I've seen that Pavlovich is plus 250, I've got to stick something on that. It's like with Nicholas Dalby and Fakhretdinov. I've got to stick a little bit of money on Dalby just because he's underrated, man. And he's like plus 300. You got to take that all day. Tough was basically good when they stuck a whole load of people. Basically, they stuck a whole load of morons in a house and just plied them with alcohol. That was the show. It was the tension building inside the house that was brilliant. You just have them living in the same space, getting drunk off their tits. Because they weren't professional fight. Basically, Tough now, yeah, is just a collection of like professional fighters that they're already in the scene. And yeah, they're just in there professional. You've got to get them liquored up. You got to make tensions, bro. You got to make it into that kind of. Once they took that element away, it lost all appeal to me. Pav clips Volkov's chin at some point over 15 minutes. Again, it's very, very likely, but I just think the chances of that happening diminish significantly after the first round. I just think it does. Seasons up to 2011 was so good. I mean, the UFC wouldn't be where it is for Tough. So as much as I shit on it being crappy now, and it is crappy, without it, we wouldn't be where we were. I like Volkov, but I've got Pavlovich in this fight. I think it will end quickly. That's the danger. That is the danger. But Volkov's not stupid. I think Volkov's going to stay at distance as much as possible. I think he's going to fight very, very tentatively in that first round, and that could cost him. It's a tough one. I mean, how do you bet on that? It's if you're betting on that fight, you kind of have to go with Volkov because the odds are just too juicy to give up. It's one of those like once in a rare, opportunity to make some decent money on something that should be closer to a pick 'em. You've got to take those opportunities, in my opinion. I'm not saying bet the house on Volkov because that would be stupid, but I just think he's better. And now Pavlovich is going to be. He's got to be a little bit nervous after getting chinned out like that. Surely he's not going to be as reckless as he was before. I never bet somebody as a favorite after they've just been chinned. I'm with Western, man. I think the experience is going to tell. I mean, let's have a quick gander at Pavlovich's record while we're here. Pavlovich. I mean, look at how many. I mean, Alexander Volkov has had 47 professional fights. Let's look at Sergey Pavlovich. Again, I mean, look at the guys he's fought. Let's just get real for a second here. I know he's battered some people out, but let's look at Pavlovich's record. I mean, we can basically just ignore this entire section of his because all of that was at was in. And I know that there's some savages in those Russian organizations, but the loss to Alistair Overeem was bad. Got chinned out. Who the fuck is Marcelo Golm? Maurice Green is fucking dog shit. Abdul Rakhmanov is not good. Derek Lewis again, yeah, chinned him out immediately, but you know, Derek Lewis and Tai Tuivasa are basically the same fighter. Curtis Bladesy was getting touched a little bit at the beginning of that fight and then just landed on him. And then obviously he got starched out by Aspinall. If we look at Volkov's record, Romanov, Tuivasa, Rosenstrike there. Tybura is an all right win. He obviously lost to Aspinall and Gan. And Gan was 5 rounds, pretty close fight. He beat Alistair Overeem, knocked his ass out. The Blades loss again. That was just a hugging affair. He's beat Verdum. He's beat Struve, Roy Nelson. He's got some wins in his career. Do you know what I'm saying? Blagoy Ivanov, not a terrible win. And it's the variety of wins as well. The submission threat. He's definitely going to have the cardio advantage. There's no doubt about it. Volkov has looked really good in his last few fights. His movement isn't good enough to avoid getting clipped. I think he's a bit. I do like his lateral movement, but again, the thing he's going to have to be very careful about is moving into a punch. Yeah, that win against Rosenstrike was. I don't really rate Rosenstrike that highly, but it's a nice win. All I'm saying is like the experience is comparable. Anybody who's betting on Volkov is going to be shitting their pants if he gets out of that first round. Yeah, Volkov's off 3 wins as well, so his confidence is back. Whereas Pavlovich's he certainly must be questioning himself. And he's not been knocked out once; he's been knocked out twice. And like I said, his knockout was more recent. It was brutal. But again, Volkov doesn't really have the same power as Aspinall, so I don't know. And Volkov got dealt the same way by Tom Aspinall as Volkov did. As Pavlovich did, sorry. I don't know. I'm riding Volkov. And I know I said I wasn't going to bet on it, but I probably will. I'm going to do like a 2 fight like $50 parlay where I'm going to put Volkov and Whitaker on. Because I'm pretty confident in Whitaker getting the job done as well. I just feel it in my bones. I feel like he's going to get it done. I just do. Volkov had a better fight against a full training camp Aspinall. From what I remember, though, Volkov got fucking destroyed, though, didn't he? Yeah, he lost in the first round by a straight armbar. And he got dominated in that fight as well. It went on a little bit longer, so I suppose you're right there, but he was never in that fight. That was when Tom Aspinall did that to Volkov, that's when everyone was like, nah, this guy's legit. That's when the hype train really started. Because everyone thought Aspinall was good and had potential, but it was that fight that put him on the map. Because he'd only beaten where's Tom Aspinall? Yeah, up until that point, he'd only beaten he used to be called Honey Badger. That doesn't get talked about enough. Yeah, he'd only beaten Alan Badeau, Arlovsky, Spivak. So nobody was really saying too much. But when he beat Volkov, it was like, hang on a second. And the way that he did it as well, it was like, oh shit, this guy's legit. Which it should. Yeah, but not in a minute. Yeah, you got it there. You got it there. But the thing is, the difference with that fight was is obviously Pavlovich was stupid enough to get into a slugging match with Aspinall, who's not just like, he might not be as powerful, but he's way quicker and way more technical. You can't do that. And and Aspinall has a chin as well. And Volkov wasn't really getting destroyed on the feet. I mean, it was mostly leg kicking from what I remember. I remember Tom landed some really, really, really brutal leg kicks. I mean, Tom's fucking amazing, man. I am worried about Curtis Blades, though. I'm worried about that fight. I'm not going to lie. I think it's going to be a lot harder than people are expecting. I really do. I think Curtis Blades is actually all right. But nobody's going to be picking Curtis Blades in that. I don't think. But no, it's definitely something worth watching. I'm definitely going to be Tom is literally the GOAT. Blades is a tough matchup style for Tom. I agree. Tom's a tough matchup for anyone though, because Tom can do everything. Like, his wrestling's great, his BJJ is really, really good, and obviously he can strike. Would you rather see John Aspinall or John Pereira? I'd rather see John and Aspinall all day long. I like Pereira, but I just think John Jones would take him down immediately. John Jones would do a very similar thing to Alex Pereira that he did to Cyril Gann. That's the way I see that going. Some cancer picking Blades. I haven't seen too much of it. But you're foolish if you think that Tom's just going to steamroll through all. And I mean, he could steamroll through him, but if you think it's going to be that easy, I think you're missing a trick there. I think you're missing a trick. But no, I think John Jones would mow through Pereira. I just think he'd double leg him immediately. Like, he'd dance on the feet with him for about 60 seconds, act like it's going to be a striking match, and then immediately double leg him and choke him out. That's the way I see that going. All day long. The thing is, as much shit as John Jones gets, he's one of the best ever. He really is. But I don't like his because the thing is with Tom Aspinall, the reason why I don't like the matchup for him with Tom Aspinall is Tom Aspinall is not just big, he's quick and he's skilled. And John Jones has never had to deal with that kind of size and technical skill in his entire career. He's never fought somebody who's both big and good. John Jones is usually fighting smaller guys. If you look throughout his career, and I'm not shitting on John Jones's record because he beat some amazing fighters, but he's always the bigger, rangier guy. And John Jones happens to be skilled as fuck as well. So he always had the advantage. He always had the physical advantage, even when technically he was more matched up with somebody. He was always physically just better. Blades has improved, in my opinion. Very interesting fight between him and Tom. I think it's very, very interesting. And I, for one, I'm not counting Blades out of that fight. I think Blades is very good. Like, even the fights that Blades has lost. Obviously, he got chinned out by Ngannou. Who hasn't? But like, he was very unlucky against Derek Lewis. He was dominating that fight. And there was another fight he got chinned out in as well. What was it? So he got chinned out by Ngannou twice. Sergey Pavlovich, same thing. Just got caught. I think people are doing the whole bad MMA math approach to it and just being like, well, Tom Aspinall chinned out Pavlovich. He's gonna walk through Blades. I know that the fight with Blades only lasted, what was it, 15, 20 seconds. But there were some early signs that Blades could hang on the feet there. So I don't know. But Tom has improved incrementally since that fight. So he is the favorite for a reason. And I do think he's going to get it done. I just don't think it's going to be that easy. It's heavyweight. You can be the most skilled fighter, but every time you fight, you're always rolling the dice and just waiting to get chinned with one punch. Derek Lewis has made a career out of that very thing. Derek Lewis has made a career out of that. Like, literally getting dominated in a lot of fights and just finding that chin. How many times have we seen him do it? Tai Tuivasa has done it a bunch of times as well. Heavyweight is just that kind of division. It's not skilled. That's why Jones is looked so impressive against Garn there, like, because heavyweights just generally aren't good, and that's why Aspinall is so touted right now, because you don't see heavyweights moving like that and just being generally skilled. Heavyweights are usually one-trick ponies. You get someone who's either really dominant in wrestling, like a Romanov or a Jolton Almeida, or you get somebody who's just got power in their hands. It's very rare to find somebody who's got both, and it's just generally skilled everywhere. I feel like Aspinall's Arlovsky win is underrated. How did he beat Arlovsky? It was by decision, wasn't it? Oh, submission, rear naked choke. Arlovsky's a funny one. I mean, Arlovsky was in slightly better fettle then, but that guy is. If Arlovsky's the guy, man. Arlovsky gets paid $400,000 to show. To show. He's going to be on the opener of UFC Saudi Arabia, and he's going to make $400,000. He's on that contract, that longevity contract. You know, when you keep renewing and your money just goes up. He's been around for so long. That man gets fucking money. On math paper, Tom should win, but I ain't counting blades out can. No, neither am I. I'm really not. Within 8 seconds of Aspinall shooting the takedown, he submitted a lot. I mean, that's the thing about Tom Aspinall's game. His wrestling's incredible, and he will choke your ass out. Tom's got everything. He's the British fighter that I'm the most excited about. He's our best overall fighter right now, and the fact that he's doing it at heavyweight is mad to me. Arlovsky's been fighting since the 90s. What a legend! He deserves every penny. I'm not sure about the painted toenails, but I'm not gonna tell him about it. You know, I'll be the opposite if I met him face to face. I really like that look, sir. That's how I would be all day. Yeah, but we've definitely. I mean, that 304 card is fantastic. It's fantastic. I just hope Manel Cap makes it. I hope Leon wins, obviously, against Bilal, and I hope that Aspinall wins against Blades, and that would be the night of my life. But it has the potential to go completely the opposite way. So that's the danger. That's the danger we play in this game. 8 seconds is crazy though. Like people talking about Khabib submitting Gaethje within 20 seconds of getting him down, but Tom did it in 8. Yeah, but that's the thing about heavyweight, man. That's the thing. If you're skilled, like you can look amazing. Are you going to UFC Manchester? I am. I'm going to Bellator this weekend. I'm going to Dublin by myself. So that's going to be a bit of a sad one. I'm going to watch that Bellator card because I really want to see Jason Jackson live. And then I'm going to UFC 304. I've got floor tickets, which, as I'm told, they're expensive, but they're not the best. Rambling Dad kind of alluded that to me earlier. I probably am going to do a vlog. I was thinking I might even go live for the Bellator one just to see what it's like. Yeah, Paradox. I'm meeting up with a few. If you hit me up on Twitter, get Twitter, because we can talk on there. I'm going to meet up with Brutally Honest, and I'm going to meet up with Rambling Dad as well. And we're going to get a few beers in before we go to the event. We can probably do a vlog together in that situation. We're definitely talking about it. Like Brutally Honest as talk. I wish I'd known they were going to the event. We could have probably tried to get seated together, but that's very difficult to do when you're scrambling for tickets when they first become available, you know. But I'm definitely going to meet up with those two. And Paradox, if you want to get in on the act, you're more than welcome. Get all three of you on the live stream. Yeah, we can do like a collected. You should go with some prostitutes. I ain't fucking with no Manchester prostitutes, bro. I don't want my dick to fall off in the morning. Gonna be like zombies at 304, man. That's what I'm worried about. I'm gonna try and get to Manchester early, and maybe try and get a sleep in early, because that's the only way that I'm gonna get through it. See, it's different when you're here, yeah. When you're at home, you can get the nap in no problem, and then you just have to sit through it. But like, bruh. Yeah, I ain't going near those Manchester prozzies. Are you mad? Don't be giving me them kind of advice. I'm lucky my dick hasn't fallen off already, to be honest. Shit's expensive as fuck though, but hopefully I can make it. I was kind of lucky. I literally got like I paid for that UFC Fight Club thing, and I managed to get tickets within the first 10 minutes. I paid like $1,000 for 2 seats on the floor, which is not bad. It's not bad. But like the rambling dad said to me, like you're probably better getting tickets on the first tier, you know, the first tier up, so you can really see what's going on in the cage. Because I can imagine being on the floor, even if you're really close, which I am. I think I'm like 7 or 8 rows back from where the cage is. Probably can't see shit because of the way the cage is. I still don't understand why they do that. They should put them in a fucking glass box. That's what they need to do. I was hoping ticket. I was hoping for the same thing. I mean, apparently, I got away with $1,000 I got off lightly because they're selling tickets for like 400-500 in nosebleeds now. You can still get one or two sprinkled around that are on the floor or in the first tier, but you're paying like 500-600. First tier is probably the way to go. And Rambling Dad was telling me that he paid, but he has access to fighter links. He said he paid like 450 for his tickets, which is still fucking mad. They should have thrown the fans a bone and just made them cheap. They're like, all right, you're going to stay awake until 5-6 o'clock in the morning, but there you go. And just thrown some cheap tickets our way, like, because, yeah, glass box would be sick. Having a cage and watching it live just seems so impractical. I'm concerned now, yeah, that I'm going to watch it live and I'm going to be like, I can't see shit. I should have just stayed at home. That's my worry. But the atmosphere should be crazy as well. Yeah, maybe thick plexi. Then all the pillars and joints would need to be plexiglass. Be hot as fuck though. Yeah, like 200 would have been nice. The thing is, yeah, if you're paying, that's probably the maximum I would pay for nosebleeds. $200 seems reasonable. I mean, I'm on the front row at Bellator, and I paid like 120, 130. No brainer, mate. You can still buy tickets to that shit now. Have you seen Karate Combat? I have. I watched a few Karate Combat events. I'm not majorly into it, but I have watched a few. UFC wants to have their cake and eat it. They want to maximize the UFC pay-per-view buying revenue and maximize the money. That's the thing. It's fucking outrageous. But yet, when they go to Abu Dhabi, they're not putting that shit. When they go to Saudi Arabia, they're not pulling that shit. But then they don't put them on numbered cards for that very reason. I would have rather that this had just been a fight night. And I'm not going to make that mistake again. Like when they have cards in the UK again, I'm not going to go to it if it's a numbered card. Yeah, the Karate Combat Octagon is kind of sick. It feels like like those sci-fi movies when they would have death matches. It feels like that kind of environment. I kind of like it as well. I've sat close and far away up top. Up top is kind of nice with zero obstructed views. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not the tallest guy. I'm like 5'8". So I might have to stand on my chair. I know people don't love that. Or maybe I'll get one of those Manchester prostitutes and just sit on her shoulders. I'll get like a beefy prostitute, you know what I'm saying? And just pay her for the night to give me just to give me a bunk. Maybe that'd be a way to go. How you doing, Franklin? My G, good to see you, man. Yeah, the pit. It feels like an old school deathmatch pit. That's what it is. Yeah, the last numbered card was Leon versus Marty 3 at local time. I think that was on at normal time from what I remember. I hate that. That's why the pay-per-view structure has to go in the bin, mate. Just do subscriptions. And do you think American fans give a fuck that their card is starting at 2 p.m.? Most American fans would probably prefer that. Card starts at 2 p.m., done about 7. You can still do some shit in the evening. I don't think any American fans give a shit. Maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong. American fans don't lose out one way or another, and I've said this multiple times. But good to see you, Franklin, man. Good to have you back. It's been a while since you've been in here. I say a while, it's probably been like a week. But yeah, I agree with you, man. Karate Combat is dope. I do like Karate Combat. Again, I'm going to apologize in advance to people. If I have missed the chat, I'm very much apologize. Robin Black is such a dork, though. For real. Yeah, earlier better. Yeah, I'm trying to that's why I try to come on at like midnight my time and stay until about 3:30, 4 o'clock. I mean, I've been banging it out, man. I've been grinding. I've been doing those 4-hour fucking streams. Like I've done like I've done like what 16, 20 hours of live streaming in the last week. It's crazy. I like Robin Black. He's kind of silly but a big dork. I don't mind someone being a little bit dorky. I mean, I'm a little bit dorky myself, if I'm being honest. This is crazy though. I'm kind of grateful because today we've kind of stayed very much strictly on MMA topics for a solid 3 hours. And yesterday it literally turned into a therapy session. We had people asking about the differences between men and women and why men and women are bad in relationships. And there was 45 minutes of that. It went off the rails yesterday. So well done, boys, for keeping it MMA related. Not that I'm not open to some random bullshit. Earlier for UFC in the US, I'm saying doesn't lose either way, as you said. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if your card starting at 2 p.m., no one's going to complain. Got to give you credit for the strength of schedule, Matthew. I appreciate that. I am trying a little bit harder. I wish I could go on. I'd be interested to see how many people would jump on if I went on earlier in my time. But as I said, it's like it's tough when you got like a young kid. He would be bouncing up all over this because I had him in here one time and he's just like grabbing the camera and trying to punch me. I don't want to see you guys. I don't want you guys to see me getting beaten up by a 4-year-old. All my credibility would go out the window. Not that I have any to begin with. Yeah, man, the consistency is good. I mean, it's necessary on here, especially when you've got so many really good streamers out there now. I mean, we all know the names. Are you grinding for 1,000 subs or not concerned about this? I'm not that concerned. I mean, would it be nice? Would it be nice to get to 1,000? It would be awesome. But I'm still living in a place where when I get any subs, man, I'm over the moon. Like I'm still at that stage. Like it would be nice to get to 1,000 because obviously it looks nicer in your profile when you get to 1,000. And apparently a lot of people have told me that once you hit that number, it takes off. Most people describe the getting to the first 1,000 as the hardest part. It's like the grind. Because a lot of people will just look at your channel and say, oh, look, he's got a couple hundred subscribers. Fuck this. Then they don't even give you a chance. Whereas once you hit that 1,000, people start thinking, oh, well, there must be something to this channel. And then they're more inclined to jump on. So would it be nice? 100%, but I'm not that worried about it. I'm not in it for the money. What's happening right now is what I'm in it for. 100%. So I tried to set like incremental goals. So it was like, to be honest, yeah, the hardest one it took me to get to was 600. Getting to 600 subs was the worst. I was stuck between 500 and 600 for like 6 months. It was awful. But then when I got to 600, things started to pick up a little bit. Like the path between 600 and 700 was quite quick, which is cool. Because the thing is, it's very hard for me to say to people, sub to me, because I don't really see I don't really rate what I'm doing that highly. I'm just coming on here and talking. Like, there's not that much to it. I don't really feel like I've earned it. But at the same time, subbing's free, you know. It's a nice little boost because obviously the more people that sub, the more people that jump in, it gets around more and more into people's feeds, and that obviously helps. So yeah, I appreciate that. Western. Anyone that can sub, if you can parent and do the stream thing, that might be an interesting visual. Yeah, my son's proper cute as well. He's proper cute. Fortunately for him, he looks like his mother. What main and co-main would you come to the US to see in person? To be honest, yeah, it wouldn't be that hard to get me over there. It wouldn't be that hard. Like, I'm definitely planning on getting over to America at the end of the year. I'm gonna have a look at some of the cards that are coming up, and I might try and jump on a fight night and do that. It wouldn't take that much for me to get in because I'd love to see Fluffy live. Fluffy's probably the first name that jumps off the page for me. I know he's not somebody who's universally like considered that much of a draw, but I love Fluffy Hernandez. I'd probably jump on a card that he's on. It's crazy that I can't really think of like there are a lot of fighters that I like and a lot of fighters that I hate, and I would see them I'd go to watch them for the same reason. You know, hey Wolf Daddy, how you doing, man? Are you a UFC expert? Absolutely not. I'm fairly knowledgeable on it now. Like, I'd like to think that I know my shit, But an expert, hell fucking no. Hell fucking no. I'm nowhere near to being an expert. But I'm definitely immersed in the game. I like to think that I know what I'm talking about to some extent, but it's the kind of space where people are going to disagree and agree with you in equal measure, you know? But nice to have you here, Wolf Daddy, though. I appreciate you jumping in. My son helps me get broads too. Do you use your son to help you get ladies? I can honestly say I've never done that. I can honestly say I've never done that. I would think it would be a deterrent because I think most women would be put off by that. I would think, but I don't know. I don't really hang out with my son in those kind of places. Do you know what I mean? It's mostly like supermarkets and taking him to soft play and stuff. And most of the time, I'm just focused on him. So, but now that you're saying it, I don't know. Might be something to consider down the line. The tough fight is about to start. Let us know how it goes. By the way, Jay Z, I'm very Thanks very much, Wolf Daddy. I appreciate that. You're always welcome in the chat, brother. Everyone's welcome. But yeah, I have seen you in here once or twice before, and I appreciate you. Hernandez chatting through Coppola striking was cool as fuck to watch. I knew Hernandez was going to win that fight. I said Hernandez was going to be in the top 5 by the end of the year, and I'm hoping that comes to fruition. I hope he gets somebody just outside that top 5 and gets himself there because I think he's fucking incredible. Things I know for sure is that piques women's interest is cute kids as a single father and walking around with a plant when the yoga studio lets out. That is so specific. Oh my god. That is so specific. But no, thanks again, Wolf Daddy. Sick name, by the way, Wolf Daddy. I'm a big fan of wolves. I've actually got like a wolf. I think it's on this arm. I've got like a wolf tattoo where my son was. See my son blending into a wolf. Don't know if you can see that. I'm a big fan of wolves. Don't know why. It's my spirit animal. How can I stream Tough? What channel is Tough on? I'm not even sure. Because it's obviously a little bit different in the UK. Yeah, I came up with this idea myself with the that's when he was like, I don't know, he was like 6 months old or something. And I've got him morphing in a pool into a I thought it was kind of unique. I'm not a very artistic kind of guy, but that kind of just came to me. Thank you, bro. Been my nickname for 20 plus years. I would love to hear the story of how you got that nickname. Thanks, Wolf. I don't know if you're a subscriber or not, but I would definitely appreciate if you would jump on it because I've seen you in here before. My tattoos are mad, bro. Like one day, I'm definitely gonna have to do like a. I'm gonna have to do like a, like I'm gonna have to wear like a wife beater and just show the full extent of them because my tattoos have stories, man. I've got like my old street on here as well. See this building here? That's the house where I grew up. You can see the detail on that one. That shit was painful. Like getting the wall done there was not a fun experience for me. But yeah, all my tattoos have some kind of, they're like life landmarks. I've got one or two stupid ones as well. I'm not going to get into. There's a gang in Harlem called the 40 Wolves, just a bunch of kids from 140 streets. They are the worst, but a cool name, yeah. I like that pack mentality, My ex-wife hated my tattoos. I find it's a mixed bag, like mostly because I was working as a professor and as a teacher for a while. I used to hide my tattoos, and people used to be surprised when they'd catch me outside and they'd see me, like they treated me like a completely different person. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. A lot of people still have the view of tattoos as kind of thuggish. I mean, it's got less of a stigma to it now than it used to, but it definitely affects how some people see you, which is interesting. But no, they are very addictive. I got my first tattoo after my dad passed away because he had like a scorpion. I think it was this one here. He had like a scorpion on his arm. So I got like a scorpion in the shape of like his. I do vape, yeah. I only really vape when I'm on stream or when I drink. I don't just vape like throughout the day. So I'm not like constantly on it. I don't really have any, but it kind of helps with like the nervous ticks and stuff. Because believe it or not, being live on camera in front of strangers is very daunting. I remember when having tats made you unique. Now not having any tats makes you unique. That's a very, very good point. That's a very, very good point. Like, it's become commonplace now. It's like when I first moved to China, it was people were constantly telling me, "Don't show your tattoos because like it's frowned upon here. You just get seen as a gangster." My son wants me to get two bare-breasted women riding a dinosaur. Your son sounds like an absolute savage, mate. Drinking and smoking go together like peanut butter and jelly, 100%. Like I find I get hard on the drinking, hard on the smoking more when I'm drinking. Like I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I managed to quit them about 6 years ago. Um, but the vaping, I didn't smoke for like ages. But then vaping kind of just helps with the it helps me just concentrate as well. UK guy in the tough fight, Nathan Fletcher. Is he good? How's that fight gone, by the way? Has it already happened? Did we get our first? Has there been a KO on tough yet? I'm assuming by what back to Safari I go. If anyone has a link for Paradox, you're happy to. I'm happy for you to drop them in. Lala, are you I need to quit them. Don't think I'd replace it with a vape though. How often are you smoking every day? Are you a weed smoker or just that last week was a fast KO? Yeah, hang on, I need to jump. Where's la 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 la? Why can't I see you in my chat? Oh, there you are. Oh, you are modded already. Um, if anyone has any links for Paradox to get into tough, you didn't know that about me. What that I used to smoke. I used to blaze like a fucking chimney, mate. I was heavy on the weed. I started smoking cigarettes and weed when I was like 14 or 13 even. And I used to get blazed until I was like till I was like 24, 25. And then I had to get a job and just was like, nah, I'm not going to be able to function if I don't stop. It was literally my last day of university that I stopped burning weed. My friend is 37 looking to start his MMA career. Any tips? My advice would be get as fat as possible and join the heavyweight division. That would be my advice. That would be my advice. And to be honest, yeah, quitting smoking was not that hard for me because literally, like, I got like a really bad I got flu for like 2 weeks. I was saying this on the chat before. Like, I tried to smoke the first day, and it was just like fucking hell, man. I felt like my lungs had gone through a cheese grater. And then I managed to get through like 2 weeks of not smoking. And then I was like, oh, I might as well continue. And I just made like a game out of it. Like, oh, now it's 17 days, now it's 20 days. And then before I knew it, I'd been off smoking for a year and then 2 years, and then that was it. The vaping's kind of a new thing for me. It's like I've been vaping for the last like 6 months or so. I don't know why I started. It was probably a stupid decision. I imagine this is going to be harder for me to quit, but like I said, I don't do it habitually. I just do it when I'm on stream, the odd puff, and then if I'm out getting blotto, which I don't really do that often anymore because I'm an old fuck. I do it then, but outside of that, not really. And I don't really drink that much either. He's actually in his peak physical condition, so I don't know if getting fat. Does he have any martial arts background at all? What year did you quit cigs? I think it was in 2018 or 2017. I quit smoking weed like way before that. So I was 24 when I quit smoking weed. So it was like, I would say 2011, something like that was when I stopped smoking weed. Maybe even before then. But the cigs, I think, was like 2017, 2018. I think was when I stopped. And now the weird thing is, I mean, like, with smokers these days, yeah, like when you've quit smoking, the smell feels even worse. So when I'm around like smoking smell, it's kind of is disgusting to me. Like I don't smell like cigarettes and think, oh yeah, I really want to go back. It has the opposite effect. I'm never gonna smoke a cigarette again. Like I'm positive of that. I might smoke weed again. That's a different thing. There's been a couple of times I was tempted. Like I was in Thailand earlier on in the year, and there was a weed shop like right outside my hotel, and I was so tempted to walk in there and just see what they had. But I'm very wary of like adding more vices, because like I said, I used to be like a quite a heavy drinker, and it took me a while to kick that habit. So so what do you think with the new gloves so far with the few KOs and so? I think those gloves are a fucking waste of time. I think they're basically I think the whole thing is just a marketing gimmick to get more people to buy stuff. I don't see any discernible distance. I don't see any discernible difference in them whatsoever. Weed is the best. That's the thing. If weed was legal in the UK, I would go back to smoking. The reason why I don't really smoke weed now is because like the majority of the time the weed here is fucking dog shit. It's because basically, obviously, we pay by how heavy something is. I'm sure it's very similar in when it's legal as well. But when it's legal, the better it is, the more likely you are to buy it, and the cheaper it's going to be because you can just you know you don't have to put. Basically, the point is, in the UK, people do dirty shit here. Like they'll put sand in it, they'll put anything to kind of make it way heavier, and they don't care that it makes your weed unsmokable because you've got no choice. But if they legalize weed here, I'd be back on it like in a second, in a heartbeat. I'd be back on it, 100%. Because like I said, I'm retired now, man. I might as well. It would be like an evening thing. If it's super hot, I can imagine putting my son to bed in an evening, sitting on the balcony, outlooking my lake, and just reading a book and having a nice, just that sounds perfect to me. I would be all over that. We were talking about drugs on the stream yesterday as well. Like I'm not really a major drug person. I never have been. The most I've ever done is weed, but I'm definitely thinking about doing mushrooms one day. I want to have a psychedelic experience. Yeah, in the evenings, like I've said, like or like I wouldn't do it like I wouldn't do it around my kid. That's the thing. I would draw the line at that. But like definitely in the evening, I wouldn't mind. But it's a slippery slope, and I was a dopey fucking, I was a dopey I was a dopey weed smoker. You're not getting any function out of me. Nate Dogg or Snoop Dogg? I would have to go with Snoop Dogg. But Nate Dogg had the voice though. Do him around your kid. Psychedelics is great. Do it around your kid. Mature, you are number one for giving the worst advice. The psychedelics thing would have to be a thing where I do it with some like-minded people, preferably some females, a harem of females, a harem, sorry, of females, out in the fucking woods or in the desert somewhere, and just get off my tits. That's how I do it. But that's what I'm saying, Wolf. Apparently, yeah, streams are like a mixed bag. You have to be in the right situation. And obviously, if you're starting out doing them, tread softly is what I've heard. I've never done anything like that. I've never done any hallucinogenics in my life, but they sound like fun. I've heard some stories from people of like, yeah, man, like the chair started coming to life and talking to me, and because I was so out of my face, it just felt normal. And then there was this one guy who said that like he was staring at the ceiling, and then like these flowers started like sprouting from the ceiling, and then they burst, and there was like rain. It felt like it was raining, and that sounds fucking sick to me. I'll be all over that. Maybe just save your lungs and not have smoking become a lifestyle. 100%. Like, I mean, it's just bad for you, isn't it? That's the ultimate thing when it gets down to you. Like, I think if you do it every now and then, if you're smoking the odd time when you're having the odd drink, I don't really have a problem with it. But if you've got like a 20, 30 a day habit, it's not advisable. But I know people who have been smoking their whole lives and they're fit as a fiddle, and people who have I knew somebody who got lung cancer and never smoked a day in their lives. It's all bullshit, probably. It's all random. My best shrooms trip was camping. I imagine that must have been a trip. Doing that in the woods. But that's the thing. I'd be more afraid, like in the woods, yeah, you'd be more likely to have a bad trip. Acid is something that, because I've heard that acid, right, you got to put it on your tongue or underneath your tongue and it burns your tongue or whatever. I don't know about that one. If I was going to do hallucinogenics, it would definitely be shrooms. But I've heard acid has the most wild trips. So I don't know. I'm very ignorant when it comes to this subject because I've never really done anything hardcore. The most hardcore thing I ever did was getting a morphine shot after I had surgery, and that, to be honest, was incredible. I'll never forget that. But yeah, I can see why. It depends on the environment. Like concerts would be good. It would have to be in like preferably in like a really safe environment to me where there's no balcony. Like you wouldn't catch me doing it on the 28th floor. I always bitched out at my friends doing acid. This is the thing as well. We were talking about this yesterday. You kind of need like a designated non-druggy with you to just babysit. You need somebody who just loves the people and is just like willing to be the guy to, do you know what I mean? Take one for the team and just supervise. Acid visuals are more intense and kind of reality warping. It's almost scary, but you would be surprised how much control you have. See, that's the thing. I've heard that people can literally, it's like controlling your environment. You can make things happen, or you feel like you're making things happen. It's like reality bending, as you put it. There's no way that I'm not going to give these things a try. It's just about finding the right circumstances and the right people to do them with. Because I like to pretend like I'm retarded sometimes, but I'm not really. Like, I'm not going to just throw my life away, or do things in a risky situation. I don't want to be that guy that's like, yeah, he tripped out on mushrooms and thought he could fly and jumped off a balcony. Damn, still alive. Keep up the grind, bro. Hell yeah. I'm like, these 3 hour, 4 hour streams are becoming a regular thing now. It's sick, man. But like I say, I got to thank every one of you dudes for making these things possible. I know I say it all the time, but I'm never going to stop because, like, if you guys weren't in here, I'd be doing 20 minutes and then bunking. And by the way, like I said, if it's what's the purpose of this chat? Sorry, I'm new. It's supposed to be about MMA generally, but we had like a midget pass and smash thing the other day. That's the kind of randomness you get in here. This stream is basically for whatever the fuck you want to talk about. It is supposed to be MMA at the center, but it's got wild in here. The midget smash or pass one was something that stood out. It's like, would you smash a midget? Yes or no? We got into that for about 40 minutes the other day. I had people asking me about fucking. I mean, we had a lot of talk about drugs yesterday as well. I had people asking me about relationship stuff yesterday. I was wondering where Betty was. Betty's probably doing the round. Let me see who's live right now. That would probably answer the question. Let me see who's live. Who is streaming live right now? Lucas is streaming live bedtime and ITP streaming live. ITP has a massive amount of people in his chats. And a lot of people who are in ITP are here as well. So, fuck no. Yeah, it's supposed to be about MMA Joey's live. God damn, you better go over there. Guys, get over there quickly. Let's spam bad MMA math in MMA Joey's live and then tell him I said he's a fat pussy. ITP ain't live right now. Oh, weird. It says he's live. Maybe he just jumped off. Oh, he must have just come off. It says he came off 3 hours ago. I don't know why the live symbol's still up. The goat Joey, no way. Get over to Joey right now and say MMA Math said you're a fat pussy. And let's start up some fresh beef. I'm sure he'd appreciate me with my 753 subscribers jumping up his ass. Never mind. If he's off, I'm staying. Consider it done. Thank you, Side. You're a legend. I mean, if you get banned from MMA Joey, he's probably doing you a favor. To listen to that bell and go on and on. I fucking hate MMA Joey. I'm not scared of MMA Joey. But yeah, as I said, no topic is off limits here. I think we've already proven that. Who's going to be the co-main for 305? I think word is here that it might be JDM and Shavkat. That's the word on the old street. Do you know what? I just typed in 305 like a mongoloid and just got a whole picture of like, I got like pictures of fucking cars. That was retarded. Because things aren't confirmed at the moment, I think it could be. It might be Cejudo and Song. No, I don't think it would be Cejudo and Song Yadong. That's ridiculous. Remind us, yeah. What's been confirmed for 305? I thought JDM was hurt as well, but apparently, when they had that leak on Twitter yesterday, where they have the war room board. That's how people found out about Cejudo and Song Yadong. Apparently, JDM was on the board, and he was on the board in the blue, which means that he's going to be the lower ranked fighter, which means it's probably the most likely person is going to be Shavkat. But Shavkat said he's not ready to fight until, I think he mentioned UFC Paris. They're both injured. It's a weird one. I don't expect that we'll see Shavkat and JDM as early as UFC 305. But maybe. All right. I'll take that fight all day. But yeah, I imagine if that fight gets made, that's definitely going to be the co-main. They've got Kai Kara France and Steve Urseg. That might be the co-main. Steve Urseg's very popular there. Joey has been punked. I'm sure he appreciates being spammed out very much. Thing is, I would never tell any one of you to jump into anyone's live streams and just abuse them, but he deserves it. He's a bellend by about 3 people. Sweet, I'll take that. Why does Whoa Black Betty sound familiar? Haha, Wolf. Wolf Daddy's my buddy. I pug him on. Okay, like the MMA Joey dogging. MMA Joey is a virus. Hooker Benoit Saint Denis would be amazing. I would love to see that fight. That would be a slobber knocker. I think Benoit Saint Denis needs to go down a little peg as well. Just a peg. Or you put him on. That changes the context a little bit. If John Jones likes to get pegged, does he crush the dildo in his ass? I mean, you're getting really deep now. I don't know if I want to touch that one, to be perfectly honest with you. But yes, he probably does. He's not a fighter like that basketball player star. Basketball player could have been, I'm the fighter. Kind of understand what you're saying. Kind of. A bit. But yeah, Hooker BDS, I'll be all over that. I think that's a great fight to make. That's guaranteed to be fireworks. MMA Joey is a contrarian. He will just pick the opposite side. That's exactly what it is. I feel like he deliberately, and again, he was one of the ones who I think where I was indifferent to MMA Joey, but when he came out with the whole like Drickus is racist stuff and jumped on that side of things, I was like, you're just a twat, aren't you? And that's when I realized he was just a controversy farmer, and I hate people that do that. Like, to me, I say controversial things, but it's because I actually think them. Like, I'm not, when I come out with something that's like really harsh and people will say it's based or whatever, like people have said that to me in the past, I'm not being based, man. I'm just saying exactly what I think. I'm not trying to get a reaction. Like, I'm genuinely not. I just say what I think, and some people will agree with me, some people won't. I'm not trying to drum up controversy by saying stuff. That's just not my way. Benoit needs to be put on a pedestal. I like the French fighters. I honestly think Joey's a good dude. He's just arrogant, but then again, who isn't at times? That's fair play. I mean, the thing is that if you're somebody who likes MMA Joey, I'm not gonna, come at you for it. I wouldn't come at you for being a fan of anyone or enjoying anyone's content. Because there are plenty of people who think I'm a cunt, and they're right. Like, there's plenty of people who think I'm shit, and they're also right. Everything's perspective in it. Like, it all is. Like, I wouldn't shit on anyone for like an MMA Joey, but I'll be honest with you, I don't understand how he has such a following. I don't get it. He's a bellend. He just is. I don't like the guy. He's a twat. I'd love to slap him. And you can tell him I said that too. How can you not simp for MMA Joey Paradox? I don't know. It's a tricky one, isn't it? He's a massive hypocrite. He will complain about homophobia and misogyny, yet glaze Dagestani Muslim fighters nonstop. Maybe he should ask his Muslim fan base for their views on gays and women. That is a very tricky line to cross, isn't it? It really is. It really is. You're not shit. You taught literature. I like how you form your opinions. I appreciate that, Matua. I really do. I just shoot from the hip. I do have things that are a little bit controversial, especially nowadays, but I don't really care. Like I said, I'm not monetized. I'm not looking to get anything out of this. I'm just here to talk shit and have a good time with the community that we build, and that's it. It's why I haven't monetized, and it's why I plan not to really, at least for a long time, unless I somehow end up in the poorhouse and I'm forced to. I might, but I'm not going to be charging people for giving their opinions. I can give you that much. I might try and sell you some shitty t-shirts or something at wholesale. Make like 50 cents a t-shirt or something. I might be down for doing that someday, but I'm not charging people to have their opinions. Franklin is the 37-year-old future MMA star you recommend to become heavyweight. That's what I was trying to say. So did you say is that your dude who you said was an MMA fighter who's looking to get into it? If he's got a base, if he's got like a martial arts background and he's in the heavier weight classes, if he's lower than light heavyweight, I would probably say it's too late. But if you're light heavyweight or above, you can get in there pretty quickly and make an impact. MMA Joey means no harm. I don't watch him, but personally, I think he gets too much hate for just stating his opinions. It's the arrogance, bro. Peace out, Chris. Take it easy, brother. I'm gonna eat some garlic bread and watch Eddie Alvarez versus Justin Gaethje. That's so specific as well, man. Peace, man. Sounds like a good evening. Thanks as well for swinging by, Chris. I always appreciate having you in. Again, I don't know. Some people just rub me up the wrong way. And I think MMA Joey's just gotten a little bit arrogant. And again, he can be seen as hypocritical. 100%. I can tell by MMA Joey's mustache that his upper lip is probably dead. I forgot Wolf was here. I thought he was leaving for some reason, but couldn't figure the reason out. Then he said he was staying. Yeah, people float in and out back here. I think people use me to fall asleep, to be honest. Like they always say they're going and then they go to bed and they're like, fucking hell, man, I'm not tired enough. Let me get back to that bad MMA math cunt and just let him bore me to death. I'll take it. Whatever brings you in, man. Whatever floats your boat. See, I've got the sun coming up over here. That's how dedicated I am. 4 o'clock in the morning. Dawn is breaking and I'm still here. Like, I think the Guru hate is more justified than the Joey hate. Guru is starting to get a lot of hate now. Because he's got a lot of new clingers on that don't really understand it. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday as well. That early fan base that were MMA Guru nut riders, they will stick with him to the end no matter what he does. But those new ones is where he's going to have the problem. His neck beard also looks like a bow tie. What's your thoughts on Paddy? I've got a bit of a mixed bag of Paddy. I think Paddy is... I used to really hate the guy, I'll be honest. I really did. I thought he was overrated and I didn't like his mic skills. But to be honest, when his whole interaction with Tony Ferguson kind of warmed me up to him a little bit more. And apparently his podcast is actually quite good. Like apparently he comes across like quite a decent bloke. So I don't know, like with Paddy, I think I'm more indifferent now. I don't hate the guy. Like there was a time when I really wanted to see him get spanked out. And I remember I made one of my biggest Twitter things I ever got was, which fighter do you really want to see get flatlined? And then I had him, doing that thing he does in a cage. And it got like 1 million views and like endless interactions. So I was like, I was a very active Paddy hater. I'm all right with him now. I don't mind him. Side A, I agree, but he's so beyond boring and Pix is a dickhead on certain topic. Yeah, I don't do picks on this channel anymore as well. That used to be my bread and butter. Like for the first year on this channel, I used to hide behind a PowerPoint, but I do picks in a way where I would attack fighters in the most nasty way possible. I said some really out of pocket shit in my early days on YouTube, but I've moved away from that kind of stuff. I don't really do picks as much anymore. It's just too much effort. And like I said, too many people are doing it. I'd rather do things that are a little bit fresh and actually interact with people and talk about drugs and fucking midgets. So you're not going to find that anywhere else. I'll tell you that much. I just really don't like how he calls good fighters trash just because of a boring or bad performance. I'm with that as well. I'm with that as well. Like I don't really like people calling fighters boring in general, unless it's like Bilal and you've got like a consistent history of doing it. I think if you're doing things, if you genuinely think that, and fine, you're entitled to your opinion, and I respect that. But I think a lot of people these days do it for just, oh, I want to get interactions, I want to get people jumping over to my side, and that's it. And I don't like that. Uh, yeah, and he's always throwing around biggest robbery. I hate the robbery thing. I think there should be a clear distinction between close fight, bad decision, robbery. There have been very few outright robberies in MMA history, like significant ones. There have been loads of bad decisions where it's like, I don't agree with that, but you can make a case. There are the robbery standard. You can't be calling everything a robbery, and the reason why I hate it is because it diminishes the word robbery, and it makes it seem less significant. Robbery should be reserved for when, like like a Kai Kara France Albazi situation where the guy's clearly won 4-1 and somehow lost the fight. That to me is when it should be used. It shouldn't be used every time you don't agree with a decision. I hate that as well. Guru is pure toxicity, so obviously he's going to get it back. But I don't think Guru cares. I think he thrives on that shit, and he can sink as low as anyone. I don't think there's anyone who's going to outsink Guru in terms of like shit talking or. And the thing is, he's sharp and he's been doing this for a long time. It's gonna take someone really good to catch that motherfucker slipping. Do you know what I mean? He's had his moments. Thanks, Franklin. Is he now? Nah, I really like Guru's post-fight post videos and matchups. Paddy has some pretty good content. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm definitely not shitting on Guru at all. He is where he is because of he is where he is for a reason. I preferred his earlier content. I used to watch him religiously. I watched everything that Guru did back in the day, and I was in his channel early on. I think I first subscribed when when he was like 500 subscribers in, something like that. Because obviously with him being in the UK, and I was, so I picked up on his videos very, very quickly. I'm like, oh, there's a British guy talking about MMA. Let's get it. I don't really have. What he's done has been fucking amazing. He's bigger than a lot of the fighters now, way bigger than the fighters. But I prefer the old version of him. The thing is, yeah, I can understand in his situation as well. He's got so many people crawling up his asshole now. So I mean, he's got people making fucking. There are people that have a career from clipping up his videos. I mean, imagine the ego you must get from something like that. I can understand it. I can understand why you might think you're the shit, and your personality is gonna change the more with more notoriety you get. I can understand it. Guru is an extremist. I guess he's an extremist in a lot of his views. Guru's best work is when he's exposing smug mainstream media members like Ariel for their weaselly ways and hypocrisy. Those videos are good. I love those videos as well. But he's got to be careful because he might become one of those people. You become the thing you hate the most. It's kind of inevitable. At side, fair point. He definitely doesn't care. He literally asks his chat to roast him. You've got to be that way though. The thing is, if you're sensitive, if you've got thin skin, you do not belong on the internet. Like if you've not got the balls to have people rib you, you shouldn't be here. Because people are gonna do it. I knew I'd made it the first time, or that I'd made some kind of waves when I had people. I got a comment a couple of months ago, somebody calling me saying that I look like Ellen Page, and I always bring this up sometimes. I was laughing about that for a couple of days. I thought it was hilarious. Like I don't mind. You can come at me as hard as you want. I don't give a fuck. It's the only reason why I was willing to get on camera in the first place is because I just don't care. Do you think Michael Chandler is going to celebrate Juneteenth with his sons? I think it's a very dark time in the Chandler household, and I would have him on police watch if I'm being honest, because he seems like a genuine psychopath. That whole wholesome image that he's cultivated, to me, there's something very dodgy about it. And I would what I would have him on suicide watch if you care about him that much, and I'd be checking in on his family. So I'm definitely getting like Chris Benoit vibes from that guy. That thing he was doing in the woods the other day was fucking bizarre. I think he's lost his marbles, if I'm being perfectly honest. I would definitely have that guy on watch. He's fully losing his shit. I did see the video of Chandler in the woods. It was bizarre. Guru's video where he exposes people like Izzy and Jones are my favorites. Yeah, that's where he's at his prime. That's where he's at his prime. Guru used to have thin skin, but now he takes the jokes pretty well now for the most part. You've got to. You've got to. As soon as people get under your skin, it's over. It's like with that dude Rigo. I don't really watch that. I haven't really watched anything of his, but I've heard about him. Apparently, he's very very thin skinned and he's very easy to get at. And he's got a lot of flack from the MMA community about that. Like I said, I've never watched him, but I've heard about him being easy to get to. You can't be that way. You cannot be a snowflake and be on the internet. You cannot. You are eaten alive. He was walking in the woods. I think he was trying to talk about. My thing is, I reckon Chandler went to like a Bible study group and they were talking about Sisyphus, and he was just like, "That's my life. I've been pushing this rock up a," but he didn't understand the irony of like, you've put yourself in that situation by waiting for McGregor for fucking 3 years. It is like pushing a rock up a fucking mountain every day. It was. I didn't understand most of it. It felt like an incoherent. It felt like a Cope ramble, like he was losing his mind. Rigo is kind of funny sometimes. Not gonna lie, he's a cunt, but I rate him more than Joey. Again, I feel like it's got to the point here where I need to actually watch what Rigo's doing, because he comes up every now and then, and I should at least be more informed in what I'm talking about, because I don't have an opinion. All I heard about was the doxing and how he had a major fallout with MMA Guru and how he's a bit of a bellend. But he must be doing something right, because obviously he's got a very decent following going, and that doesn't come from nowhere. Or maybe it does. I don't know. People are attracted to weird shit on the internet. Facts. That's half of TikTok. TikTok's is crying about rude comments. Like, bro, haters and trolls is part of being on the internet. You just gotta live with it. That's the thing here. I get daily hate on Twitter usually from Dagestani fans, and I get like literal death threats and like abuse for just saying, "Oh, I think Leon Edwards would beat Makhachev." I've been told to go fuck myself, to go and die. Sorry, it's FAKK yourself. I'm like, all right, bro. But those kind of things, and even the personal jibes don't get to me either. Like, so people are gonna say things about your appearance, about how you look like Ellen Page, and what was the other one? Steve Buscemi was another one I got the other day. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. I'm glad you took the time out to care. It is what it is. But yeah, but again, it's just insecurity, isn't it? And I can understand why people get insecure. Yeah, getting pissed off on another man's behalf, even though you don't know the man. This is what I'm saying. People get mad just for saying some guy's going to beat your guy. But this is why I think there's a lot of burners out there. I wouldn't be surprised yet if I've been legitimately messaged by Ankalaev in particular. I think Ankalaev has messaged me on a burn account once or twice, threatening my life, just because I said he's ducking Alex Pereira. Genuinely had like, yeah, I've had people that have gone onto my YouTube channel and taken pictures of me and put them on on Twitter, saying that I look like my what was it? I look inbred. A Dagestani posting on the internet that I look inbred. That shit, didn't even have to respond. But the thing is, yeah, I've said this before in the past as well. Like on Twitter, yeah, I have a very bad habit of sometimes getting locked into really stupid conversations and back and forths. I've done it relentlessly. Like I've done it a bunch of times. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I just do it to amuse myself. It is. The Middle East, and I'm not shitting on the Middle East for this, but I've had conversations because they want to keep the wealth within their families. In Qatar, especially, there's a lot of cousins that are just straight up married. I mean, I'm not shitting on it. Like, it's not great for the old, and their kids are like, I don't want to go too far into it, but let's just say they've got issues. Let's just say they've got issues. A lot of them. A lot of them are fine, obviously, but I've seen it firsthand. Bilal also said Sean Strickland was inbred when he's of Middle Eastern descent is even more hilarious. Again, I don't want to go too far into that because I don't want to get too racist, but like, do you know what I mean? I say do you know what I mean a lot. I realize it's one of those isms that I have, especially when I'm talking for long periods and I get tired. I start saying that, but I am aware of it. I know this sounds retarded, but how does distant cousins work? Isn't that like second cousins? Because it's not. I don't think it literally means you live on the other side of the country or whatever. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's how far you like geographically are away from them. I think it's like you're a cousin removed or something. No, Ellen Page is worse. Yeah, Ellen Page is a girl that now identifies as a man. Do you know? I'm gonna do this. I'll do this for you because to be fair, I do see the resemblance. I'm not even gonna stunt. He calls himself. It's not. There you go. He doesn't call him Elliot. She calls herself Elliot Page now. So what? Oh, sorry. Hang on a second. While we're doing this, I might as well just get real with it. I mean, you see it too, right? Especially when I had the comb over as well. It was especially bad. I got fucking roasted, man. It's more this one and this one, to be fair. I mean, the lips, I don't my lips are fucking thin as fuck. That was what another Dagestani guy said to me. He was making like gay jibes about my lips. Yeah, kind of shredded. See what I'm saying? Kind of shredded out here. See what I mean? But yeah, that's the guy apparently. I can see the resemblance. You do look like Ellen Page because of the forehead. Yeah, the forehead ain't the one. I'll be honest. It ain't perfect. But again, I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I've slayed in the past. I was a dick slinger extraordinaire. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm doing well with the very little talents that I've got or the very little physical attributes that I've got. I'll take it. Anything's better than KSI's. I mean that's an ugly alien looking individual if I ever saw one. That motherfucker's barely human. And that laugh. Oh my god, that laugh. I mean I know how that guy gets pussy, it's obvious, but Jesus Christ, man. That is an ugly individual right there. I hate KSI. He's another one. I can't stand any of them fuckers. I really can't. And the guy really thinks he's a good boxer as well. It's disgusting. I think this might be the longest stream I've ever done other than a watch along. We're doing all right. Did you ever smash any of your students? No, but there was a dude, yeah. I've had awkward things with students, like students leaving. Like I had this one incident where a student of mine left a love letter in my desk. I've had panties turn up in my desk, and I've had to have awkward situations because the first year I worked as a professor, there was a guy I was working with, a fellow. He was like 55. He was married, and basically, he hooked up with a student in his office, like fucking smashed her out, and I think she filmed it or something like that. And then she tried to bribe him to get better grades, and he was like, "No, I'm not doing that." And then she squealed on him, and he got fired and divorced. So I saw that my first year in a job, and I was like, God damn! And it's awkward as well because obviously you're working. Your students are like, and I was relatively young, so I was like 30 when I did my first gig, and like you've got women and English literature, mostly women do it. So I had like students that range from 19 to I had students that were older than me. So it's awkward, man. And I'm not the smartest. My dick has got me in trouble several times, more times than I can count. Fortunately, I'm a bit more mature in life now. Hang on, sorry, I went off on a big ramble there. Sorry, ladies and gents. Better than KSI. Yeah, KSI is such a bum. I used to love KSI as a kid when he made funny content. So Side A, are you from the UK as well? I'm assuming if you're a KSI fan back in the day, those FIFA montages were the shit. I'm like a big gamer, as you can see from the background, or I used to be. I was never really into football games. I thought they were kind of whack, and I'm a big football fan. But no, I never really knew who KSI and the Sidemen were until, to be honest, yeah, this is gonna sound fucked up as being someone from the UK, but I didn't know who KSI was until he started getting into that stuff with Logan and Jake Paul. I didn't know who any of them was, and I wish I'd never found out. To be honest. Wait, you were a uni professor? I was. I used to be an elementary school teacher. I taught primary, elementary, and then I taught in university for a few years, quite a few years. So I kind of went in between the few, but the university stuff was my favorite because obviously you're dealing with people who are a lot older, and English literature was my passion growing up. So um, that was my choice. Like, yeah, that was my favorite gig, so to speak. KSI was big bro. Haha, I don't see it. Sorry, I got behind. It's all right. Oh, you live in Washington State. Wow, and you knew about KSI back in the day. No, I guess he was out there. Like, I guess he was kind of known to American audiences. But most of the people who dick ride on KSI are from the UK. And I mean, fair play to them. Like, they have dick riders like I've never seen. Like KSI and the Pauls. I don't know how they do it, but the people that dick ride them are fucking wow. They go all the way deep. They go balls deep. It's crazy. My ninth grade science teacher got arrested for creating an anonymous Snapchat and sending explicit videos to students in his class. He disappeared one day and we never saw him again. It's amazing. Like there were two dudes that I went to school with. So he must have been 14 or 15, and they were smashing teachers. They took it to the next level. They used to go to this. There was a music teacher and a maths teacher, and they were one of them. The music teacher was kind of mid, but she had massive tits, and the maths teacher was kind of hot. And yeah, they used to get smashed out by these two dudes that they were in a year above me. It happens, man. It fucking happens. But I'm never gonna fall into that bear trap. That's a career ender right there. Prime drinking UK children. I tell you now, yeah, my kids are never gonna get anywhere near prime. Fuck that. If they ask prime, they're getting a slap. And I don't believe in hitting kids, but that might push me over the edge. Yeah, autistic or 14 is the usual KSI fan these days. Yeah, they got those kids in. I mean, I did like a very short stint in a UK school when I came back to England the first time, and they are all just bang on this KSI Prime stuff. They're all over it. They absolutely for as fucked up as those guys are, they've got the game on smash. They really do. I've got to give them credit for that. My kids will be punished through Prime. What is the best video game storyline? Fuck, that's a great one. That is a great one. The first two that came to mind, firstly, were probably The Last of Us and Final Fantasy VII. Those are the two that jump to mind. Thing is, though, yeah, I haven't finished Red Dead 2, you know. In fact, I'm only about 3 or 4 hours into Red Dead 2, and then I just gave up. I know it's a really good game, but I gave up, man. I gave up on Red Dead 2. I do need to go back to it, but I've got so many games I've got to get through. I prefer games that I can just pick up and play and drop in 40 minutes and then pick them up again. Like I'm a really big Final Fantasy fan. And whole Uncharted, Uncharted is a great one. The fourth one in particular was a great story. Final Fantasy 9 is a banger as well. All those games are great. To be honest, yeah, I preferred Final Fantasy 8 to Final Fantasy 7 for a while. And then when I went back and played Final Fantasy 7, I was like, nah, this is the shit. Final Fantasy 10 was amazing as well. Storyline. Games that have the best storyline. I'm going to have to refresh my memory here. Yeah, The Last of Us stood out. Disco Elysium. If you guys have ever played that game. Oh, have you guys ever played Firewatch? Firewatch is a great game. It's kind of a bit of an indie game, a little bit unknown. I never played Kingdom Hearts. Metal Gear's up there as well. But Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear, yeah, is so convoluted, man. I'm going to get this up here as well because we were talking about video games yesterday. Favorite video games. Firewatch is gas. You didn't like Firewatch? I loved Firewatch. But the thing is that if I played Firewatch as a young guy, I would have hated it. But because I'm an old fuck now, I found it very relaxing. I enjoyed playing it. It's not the most action-packed thing, and it just kind of, yeah, the Metal Gear storyline. Once you get past like two, the thing is, yeah, I didn't know that Solid Snake was different from Big Boss. I didn't know that you were playing as Big Boss at one stage. That whole thing is confusing to me. That whole storyline went way over. Like I just didn't get it. You have to basically with Metal Gear games here, you've got to go deep into the lore to understand what the fuck is going on. Yeah, Angie, Assassin's Creed's a good game. What's your favorite Assassin's Creed game? The last one I played was Odyssey, which was all right. It was very like I put like quite a lot of time into that game. Assassin's Creed is all right. I quite like Assassin's Creed. We're back on video games again. I love where this chat goes, man. Anything goes. Assassin's Creed 2. I don't think I've ever played Assassin's Creed. There's too many of them fuckers as well. I think I'm done with the Assassin's Creed franchise. But yeah, games that had the best storylines. I've heard Mass Effect is really good. BioShock was really good. I really like the first BioShock. Yeah, Firewatch was another one. That's probably about all I can think of, storyline wise. Black Flag. There's a fucking slip of the tongue. Black Flag. Is that the one that's basically a lot of it's on the sea? It's like the pirate one. BioShock Infinite slaps as well. I think the first BioShock game is the best game, but BioShock Infinite is the most polished by far. But I haven't beat BioShock Infinite. It's a game that I couldn't get into finishing. Like I finished the first BioShock and the second one, but I still haven't finished Infinite. And that's a game that I need to get to because I've got it on my Steam Deck and I'm definitely going to get to it. Because if games aren't on Steam Deck or on handheld now, I don't play them anymore. Bro, you got to finish Red Dead. There's never been a video game that made me cry until Red Dead 2. I'm going to give it a shot. Fallout Vegas is a game I'm playing through at the moment as well. Fallout Vegas is really, really good. It's really, really good. But see, I'm playing it on Steam Deck, and there's some issues with like the map. For some reason, the map doesn't work very well on the Steam Deck, and I can't. So I'm like maybe 3 or 4 hours into Fallout Vegas, but I'm thinking, yeah, I might have to hook that up into my my PC because it's a hell of a. I've enjoyed what I've played of it so far. I've been getting back into retro stuff, man. I bought like a Retroid Pocket Pro recently. And I've been playing like old NES and old SNES games, and I forgot how good those games were, man. GameCube is one of my favorite consoles as well. Still playing the fuck out of that shit. Are Steam Decks worth it? Depends what you're going to use it for. To be honest, yeah, they're too big. They're too big to carry around with you. They're way too big. I find them like I thought I was going to be using them for outside purposes, like if I'm outside on a train or whatever, or traveling. If you're using it at home, I would say definitely get one. The Steam Deck for me is it's the only thing I play on now. I would definitely say they're worth it because obviously the library you get on it is fucking insane as well. And graphically, it's good enough. It's powerful enough. Brotherhood is good. Yeah, Brotherhood's a decent game. I didn't play too much of it, but I did enjoy of what I saw of it. GameCube is the best console ever made, in my opinion. The reason why the GameCube is special is that pad is the best pad ever made. Like 100%. I'm going to keep talking. I'm just going to turn my camera off for a second just because I'm getting sunshine right in the face. Stay with me. I'm still here. I'm just going to turn down this because I'm getting a bright patch of sunshine straight in the face here and I'm not feeling it. Pull this down a little bit. There we go. Let me get this plant back out of the way. There we go. Now I don't have sunshine right in my face. So yeah, the controller is the best one ever. Like that to me was the peak of like control pads, man. The GameCube control pad just fit perfectly. It was so comfortable. The thing is, I really like the Xbox controller as well, like the Xbox Series X1. Like if I'm what I'll tend to do is I'll put my Steam Deck like on like a stand, and then I'll use my Xbox One controller to play it because they for me have the size is perfect. The I find PlayStation pads, I can't play with them for longer than an hour or two because your hands just start to hurt. I don't think they've ever got their control pads right. They're very fancy and what like that. The new one can do loads of crazy shit, but I've never been a fan of their pads, man. I don't like PlayStation pads. But mind you, I used to like the old N64 pads as well, and people shit on those pads. I thought they were great. I thought they were great. Yeah, the shit just melts in your head. It just is what it is, man. Like I've got a couple game. I'm thinking of buying. Have you guys ever heard of hang on a second. I'm gonna try to get this right. Um, it's called like a doctor something. Doc. No. Hang on a second. I've got this tab saved somewhere. While we're getting into the whole talk about retro games and whatnot. Fuck me. Where did I save this? Maybe I saved it in my actual. Hang on a second. I'm gonna find it. FPGA. So I'm going to show you guys this real quick. I don't know if you guys have seen this before. Oh, it's down to, oh, do you know what? I might have to buy this, you know. It's down to $415. Hang on a second. No, it's not a Wavebird. It's this one. This, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. If you're retro gamers, this is apparently the shit. So what you do is it runs through something called FPGA, which means that when you run like emulated games on it, it feels like when you were playing on an N64 or on an NES or on a, and you can hook them up to like an arcade machine or to a projector or to a TV. And you can also get ports so that you can hook up your old gaming consoles to it as well. So this is apparently the one. I almost bought one last month for $515, and now that it's gone down to $415. I might have to jump on that, you know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Side, you know your shit, bro. I only became aware of them quite recently. The N64 controller is designed for someone with three arms. It's hard to argue with that. Like I'm a big advocate for the N64 pad, but I can't defend it. Like when people come at me and go, "Nah, bro, that pad is whack," I can't defend myself. I'm like, fine, I get where you're coming from. I've never heard of Wavebird. What's that? PS is comfortable for me, but that's because it's just what I use. That might have something to do with it as well. Like if you grew up using PlayStation pads, you're probably fine. But I've used a whole spectrum of pads. Like I think when you compare them to others, it's one of the weakest pads out there. And I'm a PlayStation guy. I'm more of a PlayStation guy than an Xbox guy. 'Cause I just think I just think the original games you get on PlayStation are much better. The original IPs are just better. Wavebird is the wireless GameCube controller, first ever wireless controller, and it connected through radio frequency. You don't say. So you can use it. Just, oh, hang on a second, bro. If this is, how have I not heard of this? I feel like I'm a fake gamer right now. Wavebird. Oh, I can see this. Hang on. Wavebird controller. Fuck. Add to cart. I'm definitely buying one of these bitches. Thanks for the recommendation, bro. I've been looking for a way of using a GameCube controller on my Steam Deck, and I don't want to be plugging in some wacky adapter and doing it that way. Bro, I'm gonna take your word for it. I'm definitely gonna jump on that. And definitely. Hopefully it will arrive by tomorrow. I might even give you a little live demonstration of what it's like. Game Boy Color controller was great. I used to love Game Boy as well. Man, it's gaming isn't what it was. I way prefer gaming from back in the day, man. I miss. But the thing is, with retro games, there's so many to play through that you'd never run out. It's like with books, man. You never run out of stuff to. You never run out of stuff to play. Ever. Make sure there's a way to connect the controller because the adapter comes, which uses the same prongs as the wired GameCube controllers. So the thing is, yeah, I don't buy digital games. I've never. Well, the thing is, yeah, I do buy digital games on Steam Deck because you have to, but mostly I use ROMs now. And as you can see from here, man, I'm a physical game dude. This is just, yeah. I prefer to have some. If I'm the only thing I don't understand yet, if digital games were like half the price of physical games, I might be more inclined to buy them. But nah, man, I don't buy digital stuff. I don't see why you would pay £50 for a digital game when the physical game is the same price. Fuck that. Yeah, man. Side A. I don't know if you've been hearing streams and I've spoken about this before. And I don't want to, because I don't like to seem like I'm braggadocious or anything, because it is obscene the amount of money I've spent on games. But I've got like 250 PS5 games. I've recently hit 750 Switch games, which is all the red ones you can see in the back. You can see how far they stretch. Um, I've got a really good PS Vita collection as well. I've got about 100 games for that. I should do a game room tour one day. I really should. That can maybe be a thing I can do on. But then that's the thing. You guys have got to be if you join me. So I've got another channel called Frankie and Jax where we talk about more, because this is really supposed to be for MMA, but like we opened up a channel recently, the Frankie and Jax pod, where we do talk. We have like specific streams about like gaming and movies, and we recently did a tier list for the best stand-up comedians of all time. We talk about music in there. Gaming's going to be another thing. It's only opened up in the last couple of weeks, but that might be the place to do the game room tour. I wanted to buy hella games for my consoles, but then realized I can just mod the consoles and get all the games for free. I get the collecting aspect, though. That's a sick collection. Yeah, that's the thing, man. I've got games here that I bought when I was a kid that are worth like thousands of pounds, like just the games themselves, the single games themselves. I've got like I've got some like old SNES games in particular that are like mad valuable now. Because I used to look after my shit as well. I wasn't the kind of kid, yeah, that would just like rip open the box and just take the cartridge out. And I used to look after my shit. Like I've always been a bit finicky like that. So yeah, man. I obviously didn't know they were gonna end up being this valuable, but it'd be a nice thing to hand over to my son when he gets to a certain age and be like, there you go, son, just sell this and go to university. Like rather than having to go into the bank account, you know what I mean? Do you own Def Jam Fight for New York for GameCube? Bro, I've got like my GameCube collection's crazy. I've got a sealed Chibi Robo. I've got Pokemon Box, but that's not sealed, but it's minty. I've got hang on. I've got a list up there. Do you know? I'll show you. Arcade is the best, even though it's old stuff now. Yeah, the arcade. The because the thing is, yeah, back then, yeah, when you didn't have graphics to lean on, the gameplay had to be good. Now it's just mostly graphics orientated. No, but the game I've got like my GameCube collection's fucking expensive as well. Like I got yeah, so I've got a sealed Chibi Robo. I've got a sealed Ribbit King. I've got a sealed oh, what's the other one? Oh, that game that was made by Atlas. Uh oh fucking hell. Hang on a second. Hang on. I've got a Go Go Hyper Grind that's sealed as well. That's worth like 2 grand. I've got a good copy of Cubivore as well. I've got all the bangers on GameCube. GameCube was one of my favorite consoles, man. Like I said, give me a second here. Let me see if I can. I'll grab out that Firefly. What's Firefly? The only Firefly I know is the TV series. That was a banger. The Josh Whedon TV series. That was a great show. And then they had that movie. I think it was called Serenity. The banger. You have Q before. Goddamn, bro. That's actually insane. Give me a second. You know what? I'll grab it because I don't want you to think I'm talking bullshit. Give me a second. Where the fuck is Cubivore? Where's Cubivore? Where's Cubivore? Yeah, hang on. Let me see. So yeah, this is the Cubivore one. I think it's yeah, it's the US version because there's no PAL version, I think. And this one here, bro. This is the sealed Go Go Hyper Grind. And if you look that up on eBay, that's going for like $1.5 grand, $1,500 maybe, 1,005. So yeah, man. Have you ever considered writing for games? I've done live storyboards for games and animations for esports. Um, it's something that I wanted to get into as a career, like early on. Um, like it's something I wanted to do, but like I don't know, man. I ended up becoming jaded and just got into teaching because the whole industry was a bit fucked up back then. But no, I used to really look after my stuff. It was just a little bit lucky. I don't know. I don't really play. I've got Thousand Year Door as well. I've got the GameCube version of that. That's quite expensive as well now. And that's gonna set you back like $200 with no seal as well. These GameCube's really expensive now. Side A is about to come. Fuck it, man. Do you, man? Let me get this shit out of the way. But yeah, man. I'm quite I'm on it, man. I'm on it. But the thing is, it's just going to be a thing where I'm just going to let them go up in value, and then eventually I'm just gonna. I think when my son turns, I do know Metal. I don't watch a lot of Metal Jesus. I am subscribed to him. I watch people like the Game Chasers and Phoenix Resell. I even watched that Retro Rick, even though I think he's a bit of a douche. I watched the Pixel Squad. I'm into all those dudes, man. I'm into all those dudes. That sounded really gay again. It's another clip. It's another clippable moment. Another gay highlight. Yeah. I'm into all that stuff. I mean, and to be honest with you, yeah, I don't really play games that much. I don't really have the time. Well, the thing is, yeah, I wouldn't be yeah, generational wealth. Like, I wouldn't be too against him. Like, if I handed over my game collection to my son and he was just like, I just want to sell it, and if it got him through like his university career and whatnot, like, because there are literally, I could literally sell like, there are 20 of my games, 20 or 30 of my games that would probably pay for a couple of years of university. It's that bad. Like, and I'm assuming as well that the value of them is going to go up because a lot of these they're not going to get printed again, and they're just old as fuck. So like, yeah, man. I do regret though, like when I had like original SNES games and stuff and original NES games, some of them I kept, some of them I didn't. Like, because sometimes because I was broke when I was a kid, so I'd have to sell my games a lot of the times to get new ones. Man, if I'd kept them back in the day, man, it's like with Pokemon cards. I had fucking shitloads of them. I had like a binder full of the original ones and just like lost it along the way. It's crazy. But now I'm a little bit more clued into that shit. But I'm glad you popped by side because I don't really bump into people who have as much of an understanding of how deep the retro game scene goes and how valuable they're becoming. Most of the people I get turning up here are purely MMA enthusiasts, and they don't want to hear us talk shit about games. But all right, you bastard, 4:45 a.m. is pushing it. I have to dip. Much love. Thanks for the shout out to your huge fan base. It's a very, very minuscule fan base, but no. And I'll give you one more shout out while you're here. If you are here and you haven't subscribe to. I'll pull you up quickly again there before because I'm gonna head off in about 15 minutes myself. I figure if I can get to like an even 4.5 hours, that'd be sick. Paradox to Chad right there. If you guys would not mind subscribing to this legend, I would very much appreciate it. It's all about supporting other channels on here as well. You know what I mean? So please do subscribe to Paradox to Chad and help get his channel out there because it will encourage him to keep making content and then he grows along with the community. So appreciations for that. Paradox, and you can find him at Paradox the fucking Chad, by the way, which just is even more based. So give Paradox a shout. Show Side's channel. Side, do you have a channel as well, bro? Side, do you have a channel? You're much welcome, brother. Have a good sleep, yeah? Side, if you thing is, I don't have as many people in here now. I've got like 34 people here, but most of them are on Twitter. If you ever want to shout out your channel, bro, go wild. I'm all about promotion. If you do have a channel and you want, and also if you're just, I've said this to people before as well. I'll keep saying it again. We're doing live phone-ins. So if you ever want to jump on camera, bro, I imagine you'll definitely want to jump on for the gaming stream. Yeah, I've been on the UFC companion grind. Show me your channel and I'll subscribe to you as well. And then the next time I'm on, you don't got to show it. I won't show it, but if you tell me what the channel, do I just type in Side A? Let me see if I can find you. Yeah, if you can tell me what to type into to YouTube, I'd be more than happy to push you out there, bro. But like I said, it's your choice. Side A is having wet dreams right now. It's very funny for people to say I've got a massive following on here, 750. But mind you, 750 subscribers is substantial to me, man. I never thought I'd get to that level. I was buzzing I remember when I hit 100 the first time. I was like, I nearly came in my pants, man. I was like, oh my god, there's 3 numbers. At Side A628. Hang on. Oh, sick. And like I said, bro, if you're doing watch-alongs, do you Side A, do you have Twitter? What happens when you get to 1,000? I'll probably bust a nut twice, bro. I'll probably have the longest, like, it probably lasts for like the evening. The thing is, it doesn't really make that much of a difference because you can like because I'm not. It's not like I'm going to monetize when I get to 1,000 because I could monetize now if I wanted to. You can monetize when you get to 500 and when you've had a certain amount of watch hours, which I hit last January and I still haven't monetized. It's not what I got into the game for. No, I don't have Twitter. YouTube's all I got apart from my personal IG. I'll tell you what, yeah, if you want to jump on a watch along to promote your channel as well, because obviously you're going on camera as well. If you want to jump on a watch along that we do, hit me up on it because I am on Instagram. I don't really use it that often, but I'll look out for you. If you feel like jumping on camera, you're more than welcome. Tell your daughter to tell her friends to subscribe. Like I said, man, I appreciate every goddamn subscription I get. Like I said, I'm still buzzing. For every single one I get, I'm buzzing. Honestly. I'm grateful for every single person who feels like I'm worth jumping on for. But yeah, I'm at Bad MMA Math on Instagram and I'm easier to get on Twitter to be honest, because I'm more active there. I don't really like Instagram too much, but if you hit me up on there, I'll look out for you. And if you want to jump on even if you want to jump on a stream like this, bro, you're more than welcome. Because I'm trying to do it like 3-4 times a week now. So if you feel like it's getting yourself out there to whoever's watching on my channel, happy to help any day of the week. Any day of the week. All right, dudes. I think I'm gonna call it a day there because it literally is the crack of dawn now. And I've got stuff to do tomorrow. 4 hours is pretty good going. But yeah, much love to all of you who were in here. And like I said, hit me up. And that goes to any of you. I could network all day and get you millions in a day. You would be my hero, to be perfectly honest. Because the thing is, yeah, I'm not very good. I'm not very good at like self promotion. I'm not good at it. I feel kind of corny, like saying like and even saying like and subscribe to people who are in here. I'm not feeling it. But I've had people who have pushed out the channel in other streams before, and obviously just legendary. No, you're more than welcome, Side. And thanks for indulging me and talking about gaming, man. That was dope as fuck. But yeah, hit me up on Insta, and if you do decide to get a Twitter, I'm at the same handle. It's at Bad MMA Math, and we'll definitely sort something out. I'm more than happy to help you to help you boost your shit, bro. 100%. You seem like a solid dude. Mature, what you gonna have for breakfast? Fuck, I'll probably have some pussy. No, I'm joking. I've no idea. I've got no idea. Probably have some cereal or something corny. I mean, look at me, man. I look like a corny individual. So probably be cereal. Something light. But Macho, thanks a lot for sticking by this far as well. And Franklin, top man as well. Hope to see you in here more as well. You're always good. You're always good for the entertainment. But anyone else who's still left over, thanks a lot. And yeah, I'll catch you, bro. I'll catch you, bros, tomorrow. We'll be doing another Frankie and Jax one, so it should be interesting. Peace. Take it easy, guys. Angie, thanks as well. Take it easy.